Chapter 701, I am very grateful to all the clan leaders for being so active. Chapter 701 I am very pleased that all the sect masters are so active. Lu Chen was slightly stunned when he heard the system prompt. There are very few cultivators who can cultivate to the state of transformation? Then what is he afraid of? Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt much more relieved. He glanced at the crack in the boundary wall of Tianchen world again. The crack was not big. It was not easy for the cultivators from the opposite world to come over, unless they came to this world in the state of soul. However, in order to prevent the people from the opposite world from coming, it is better to make some necessary preparations. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately took the immortal boat and returned directly to Black Dragon City. At this time, most of the cultivators who came to Black Dragon City to participate in the cultivator conference had not left yet. Although the cultivator conference had ended for more than a month, the cultivator conference today is no longer limited to the court. In the next 1 or 2 months, the cultivators who came to participate in the cultivator conference will conduct various transactions with other cultivators in Black Dragon City. There will also be many auctions during this period. Of course, these are spontaneously organized by the major sects and have little to do with the Great Xia Dynasty. After seeing the ferry boat in the sky, the cultivators knew that something big was about to happen. The majestic spiritual power just now was a little special, obviously not the spiritual power of this world. This means that people or something from other worlds have entered this world. When Lu Chen returned to the Black Dragon City Palace, the masters and leaders of the major sects were already waiting for him at the gate of the palace. Lu Chen directly said in the sky, "The cultivators who participated in the cultivator conference a month ago, go to the Black Dragon City Council Hall immediately. I have something important to announce." After Lu Chen finished speaking, in less than an hour, the cultivators who participated in the cultivator conference a month ago appeared in the council hall again. Su Hanyan was still in bed. After hearing Lu Chen's words, she quickly put on her clothes and went to the council hall. Not long after, Lu Chen, wearing a black and gold dragon robe and a crown, appeared in the council hall of the Black Dragon City Palace. After Lu Chen entered the council hall and sat on the dragon chair, he glanced at the cultivators present, and then said lightly, "You should have sensed what happened just now." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the leaders of various sects looked at each other. They naturally felt the majestic spiritual power, but they didn't know what happened specifically. Lu Chen continued, "At this time, there is a world of cultivation that collided with the Tianchen world, and part of that world has entered the Tianchen world. The spiritual power of the Tianchen world just now came from that world." Hearing this, everyone was startled. It was exactly what they thought. From the beginning, they felt that the majestic spiritual power was a bit wrong. It didn't seem to be from this world. It was likely that something from another world entered this world and brought a wave of spiritual energy to the Tianchen world. This is a problem. If other worlds collide with this world, doesn't that mean that the monks of that world can also enter this world? The order of this world has just stabilized. Will it be reshuffled next? Just when people were thinking about whether to join the forces of that world, Lu Chen continued, "It will take about 100 years for that world to completely merge with the Tianchen world. It's just that it's hard to say whether the monks of that world will come to the Tianchen world through the broken boundary wall, so I plan to send some forces to guard the broken boundary wall to prevent the monks of that world from sneaking into this world." Hearing this, the leaders of various sects in the hall fell silent and began to plan in their hearts. They thought that if they could go to the boundary wall to guard, on the one hand, they could have a good relationship with the invading monks, and on the other hand, they could also show that they were working hard for the Tianchen world. At that time, whether the Great Xia Dynasty lost or the world was eventually occupied by the Great Xia Dynasty, they would not suffer any loss. Betting on both sides is the safest approach. Thinking of this, a man immediately stood up and saluted and said, "Your Majesty, our Tiandao sect is willing to guard the boundary wall." As soon as the leader of the Tiandao sect finished speaking, many leaders of the sects stood up. Your Majesty, my Liayan sect is also willing to guard the boundary wall. My Fixi sect is also willing to guard the boundary wall. My Qingshuang sect. Seeing that these sects are willing to guard the boundary wall, Lu Chen was not happy. The loyalty of these people was constantly fluctuating, up and down, and he instantly saw what these people were thinking. These guys want to get close to the cracks in the boundary wall. If the invaders from that world come, they can contact the invaders from that world in advance and then lead them. To put it simply, they want to be fence sitters. These guys. But Lu Chen was not too angry. These cultivators were like this. They had no sense of belonging to the Tianchen world and the Great Xia Dynasty, and they were not loyal. For them, they would help whoever wins, and they belong to whoever wins. When they followed the three major forces to attack the Tianchen world, it was the same. For them, it was nothing more than changing their allegiance. Lu Chen was silent for a moment and then said, I am very pleased that the sect leaders are so active. The stability of the Tianchen world in the future depends on you. In a few days, each sect will send out disciples and elders to guard the boundary wall together. As for the specific number of people and the rotation time, we can discuss it later. In addition, I would like to say that although the other world is a cultivation world, it is only a low-level cultivation world, and it is difficult to produce cultivators in the transformation realm. Now our sect Master Su has broken through to the Wanfa realm. With sect Master Su here, Tianchen world will be fine. Hearing this, the eyes of the cultivators in the hall instantly turned to Su Hanyan. Everyone knew the relationship between Su Hanyan and Lu Chen. Every time Su Hanyan came to Black Dragon City to participate in the cultivator conference, she would stay in the palace of Black Dragon City for more than a month. What she did in the palace, everyone knew. In addition to the cultivator conference, whenever Lu Chen came to Black Dragon City, Su Hanyan would go to Black Dragon City for a period of time. It was obvious that Su Hanyan had already been Lu Chen's woman. What surprised people was that Su Hanyan actually broke through to the Wanfa realm in such a short time. In this case, Su Hanyan obtained a lot of cultivation resources from Lu Chen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Su Hanyan to break through from the 5th level of Yin-Yang realm to the Wanfa realm in just a few years. Thinking of the benefits Su Hanyan got from Lu Chen, the sect leaders also became tempted. They also planned in their hearts whether to send some beautiful female disciples to Emperor Xia. If Emperor Xia likes the female disciples they send, he may give them a lot of cultivation resources if he is happy. At this time, all the sect leaders looked at Su Hanyan and said, "It is worthy of being sect leader Su. He has broken through from the 5th level of Yin-Yang realm to the Wanfa realm in just a few years. Your Majesty is right. With sect leader Su here, that world will belong to your Majesty sooner or later. Sect leader Su is so talented, and the spiritual energy of Tianchen world has become more dense now. I believe he will be able to break through to the Shenhua realm in less than 100 years." After hearing those people's compliments, Su Hanyan said lightly, "Thank you for your compliments, but I still need your help to protect Tianchen world." Then, the whole hall was filled with praises again. This meeting did not last long. Lu Chen just told everyone about this matter, and then discussed how many people each sect should send and what level of cultivators to send to guard the boundary wall. After the meeting, Su Hanyan originally planned to find Lu Chen to understand the specific situation, but after entering the palace, he found that Lu Chen had disappeared, and he had obviously returned to Yanchinj. As soon as Lu Chen returned to the Yanchinj palace, Chu Yukan and other wives and concubines surrounded him. They were now able to practice, and they naturally felt the huge amount of spiritual energy pouring into this world. Although the revival of spiritual energy is a good thing for this world, they also know that every time the spiritual energy revives, something big will happen in this world. And this time the world has so much spiritual energy at once, which may mean that the things encountered this time may be bigger. When they thought of this, the faces of the women showed worried expressions. Chu Yukin took the initiative to ask, "Chener, what happened just now?" Lu Chen glanced at his wives and concubines, then smiled and replied, "A cultivation world collided with the Tianchen world, and the spiritual energy just now came from that world. The concentration of spiritual energy is also different. The spiritual energy will flow from the place where the spiritual energy is thick to the place where the spiritual energy is thinner. When that cultivation world collides with the Tianchen world, the spiritual power of that cultivation world pours into this world like a flood, so the spiritual energy of the Tianchen world will become so thick all of a sudden." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan said with some concern, "Your Majesty, will that cultivator invade the Tianchen world?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "It's hard to say, there is a high probability that he will. The nature of cultivators is to plunder. The Tianchen world has collided with them, and they will definitely not miss the opportunity to plunder other worlds." Seeing that his wives and concubines seemed very worried, Lu Chen smiled and said, "You don't have to worry too much. It's just a low-level cultivation world. The most powerful cultivator in that world may not be as strong as me." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin looked at Lu Chen and found that Lu Chen's aura became much stronger, and he had obviously reached the yin-yang realm. Chu Yukin said happily, "Chener, have you broken through to the yin-yang realm?" Lu Chen said, "Yes, I just broke through." Wearing the holy light armor, he can exert the strength of the Wanfa realm. In addition, there is another Wanfa realm in the Tianchen world. If there is no cultivator in the Shenhua realm in the other world, there is really no need to worry too much. But Mu Zixuan and the others don't understand these, they only know that the war is about to begin again. Lu Chen didn't want them to worry too much, so he said, Okay, let's go back to Fenjiun Palace first. We can talk about it slowly when we get back." Having said this, Lu Chen put his arms around Chu Yukin and Mu Zixuan's waists and walked towards Fenjiun Palace. Chapter 702 Is there anything strange about Feng and number 039, recently? At dusk. In Fenjiun Hall, only Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen and a few maids were left. After Lu Chen's comfort, Lu Chen's other wives and concubines were relieved, and they could only believe in Lu Chen now. They couldn't get involved in this kind of thing, and they had no choice but to trust Lu Chen. At this time, Mu Zixuan was sitting on the wooden bench, sighing slightly, and then said to Lu Chen, "I am really useless, I can't help you at all when encountering this kind of thing." Hearing this, Lu Chen walked slowly behind Mu Zixuan, put his arm around her waist, and said in her ear, "Don't say such things, you can help me manage things in the palace, right? It's a big help to me." At this point, Lu Chen changed his appearance, and the next moment, the two of them came to the soft couch. Lu Chen let Mu Zixuan sit on his lap, and he put his arms around her soft body. After feeling Lu Chen's heat, a slight blush appeared on Mu Zixuan's cheeks, and then she said, "Your Majesty, I have always felt a little uncomfortable when I was practicing Suan Kung Fu recently. I don't know why." Hearing this, Lu Chen said doubtfully, "Unwell?" Lu Chen then used his rejuvenating hand to check Mu Zixuan's body and found that there seemed to be nothing wrong with Mu Zixuan's body. Mu Zixuan blushed and said, "I don't know what's going on, I just feel like something is missing." Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. Of course he knew that something was missing. Without his help, his wives and concubines would feel a sense of loss and emptiness while practicing Suan Kung Fu. Although Suan Gong is not a dual cultivation method, it still needs someone to guide it. Lu Chen said with a smile, "I will help you with your Kung Fu. You can try practicing again." Having said this, Lu Chen gently placed Mu Zixuan on the soft couch, and slowly moved his big hands inside Mu Zixuan's palace clothes. It only took a moment for the two of them to get into the mood. Seeing that Mu Zixuan's eyes were dim and she had completely forgotten about practicing, Lu Chen reminded her, Zixuan, it's time to practice your skills. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan suddenly woke up. Ah! I'm so rude. Then she hurriedly practiced her exercises. When practicing this time, she found that she no longer had that uncomfortable feeling. Lu Chen did not take the initiative. He hugged Mu Zixuan and turned over, letting her practice alone on top. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Zixuan instantly felt a spiritual power spreading within her body, and then her realm was improved, directly entering the heavenly realm from the Hedao stage. After feeling the spiritual power surging in her body, Mu Zixuan was very excited. She had finally made a breakthrough. Her talent was not good. Although she had been practicing hard, compared to Lu Chen's other women, the improvement of cultivation level is relatively slow. If it weren't for the resurgence of Tianquan world's spiritual energy in the past few years, and the large amount of cultivation resources given to her by Lu Chen, her cultivation would not have been able to break through to the Hedao stage in a short period of time. She has been stuck in the Hedao stage for a long time and has been unable to break through. Lu Chen's other wives and concubines have all become heavenly beings. She is still just an ordinary person. This has always made her anxious. Today she finally entered into the realm of heaven and man. Seeing Mu Zixuan's excited look, Lu Chen lay on the bed and stared at her rosy face with a smile. Mu Zixuan quickly came to her senses, looked down at Lu Chen, and said quickly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for helping me break through to the realm of heaven and humanity." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It has nothing to do with me. It's all the result of your hard work." At this time, the spiritual power in Mu Zixuan's body could not help but spread out. The spiritual power in her body was somewhat disordered. Mu Zixuan always felt that she could not control the spiritual power. After feeling Mu Zixuan's dilemma, Lu Chen also quickly released his spiritual power. In an instant, his spiritual power spread throughout the palace, and then his spiritual power restricted the spiritual power in Mu Zixuan's body, preventing her from the spiritual power continues to run rampant. Mu Zixuan was just an ordinary person. She was not suitable for cultivation. Lu Chen forced her to embark on the path of cultivation, so her control of spiritual power was not as easy as other wives and concubines. At this time, Mu Zixuan fell down weakly and lay on Lu Chen's broad chest. Lu Chen held her waist with one hand and gently stroked her jade back with the other. "It's okay, just relax and take your time." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan felt a little calmer. She began to slowly collect her spiritual power. With Lu Chen's help, Mu Zixuan quickly recovered the spiritual power that had escaped from the Fenjiayun Palace. Mu Zixuan took a breath, and then said, thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen was about to say something, but suddenly he was stunned. When he was helping Mu Zixuan recover her spiritual power, his own spiritual power instantly covered the entire palace, and he was aware of what was happening in the palace. He found two undulating figures in the room where Lu Chongfeng was. Lu Chen's face was a little stiff. Seeing that Lu Chen suddenly stopped speaking, Mu Zixuan was a little confused. She slowly got up from Lu Chen's chest, and then looked into Lu Chen's eyes. "Your Majesty? You?" Lu Chen came back to his senses. He stared into Mu Zixuan's beautiful eyes and asked, "Zixuan, has Feng done anything strange recently?" Hearing this question, Mu Zixuan was a little confused as to why Lu Chen suddenly asked this question. Strange? What could be different about him? As the Crown Prince, Lu Chongfeng studies every day and learns how to handle government affairs from Zhuge Chongguang. It seems that there is nothing unusual, right? Mu Zixuan replied, "I didn't notice anything unusual about him." "Why does Your Majesty ask this?" Mu Zixuan was afraid that Lu Chongfeng had done something bad behind her back and Lu Chen knew about it. After all, Lu Chongfeng was her son. For a moment, she was extremely nervous and looked at Lu Chen in panic. Lu Chen said, when did Wu Yao follow Feng Er? I can't remember it. At the beginning, Lu Chen saw that Wu Yao was pretty and loyal, and Wu Yao was also Wu Yunwan's sister, so he let her enter the palace and let her follow Lu Chongfeng as a maid. Mu Zixuan replied, when Feng Er was 5 years old, Your Majesty arranged Wu Yao to be with Feng Er. Mu Zixuan became more and more curious. Why did Lu Chen ask about Wu Yao again? Could it be that Wu Yao did something treasonous again? After hearing Mu Zixuan's answer, Lu Chen murmured, when I was 5 years old, time passed so quickly. Lu Chen then withdrew his spiritual power perception. He didn't have the habit of spying on his son doing that kind of thing. Wu Yao is more than 10 years older than Lu Chongfeng. The most important thing is that Wu Yao is Wu Yunwan's sister. Although they don't have the same mother, they have the same father. Wu Yao's generation is older than Lu Chongfeng. Lu Chen had a headache. Why didn't his son learn from him when he didn't learn from him? Now Wu Yao has reached the age of maturity and charm. She is indeed very attractive to Lu Chongfeng. It is normal that he can't resist the impulse in his heart. However, considering that the blood of their Lu family is quite special, he has to remind Lu Chongfeng that it is best not to have a child. Lu Chen did not intend to separate the two of them. Things have already happened, and Wu Yao is a good woman. She is very sensible and is a helper to Lu Chongfeng. Lu Chen seemed to see himself and Chu Yukin in the past. At the same time, Eastern Palace. In the room, under the dim light, 2 figures rose and fell. At this time, Wu Yao was lying on the couch, staring at this man who was a dozen years younger than her. She was anxious, panicked, excited, and all kinds of emotions intertwined in her heart. Your Highness, if His Majesty knew, The situation of the Wu family was already embarrassing. If Emperor Xia knew that she had become the woman of the Prince Lu Chongfeng, Emperor Xia would probably think that she was deliberately seducing Lu Chongfeng and had bad intentions. Lu Chongfeng seemed not to hear Wu Yao's words. While doing his own things, he said, Aunt Wu, it's okay. I will definitely let my father agree to let you be my woman. Wu Yao was very helpless. She did have some ideas about this little man, but they were destined to be fruitless. Your Highness. Before Wu Yao finished speaking, her mouth was blocked. At the same time, in Fenjiun Palace, Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chen in confusion. She still didn't understand why Lu Chen mentioned Wu Yao at this time. Seeing Mu Zixuan's worried look, Lu Chen smiled and said, Feng Er has grown up, and it's time for someone to teach him some things about adults. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned, and she instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. But Lu Chen just mentioned Wu Yao, could it be that he wanted Wu Yao to be Lu Changfeng's teacher? Isn't this appropriate? Wu Yao is Wu Yunwan's sister after all. Mu Zixuan then said, Your Majesty, you are planning to let Wu Yao be Feng Er. Mu Zixuan did not continue. Lu Chen smiled but did not say anything at this time. Mu Zixuan continued, Your Majesty, would this be a bit inappropriate? According to seniority, Wu Yao is 1 generation older than Feng Er. Lu Chen said, They have already had physical contact, I just went with the flow. Mu Zixuan was completely stunned. She did not expect that Lu Chongfeng had been growing up under her nose, and she did not know that he had had that kind of thing with Wu Yao. Lu Chen continued, When I was helping you gather your spiritual power just now, I found out some information about the East Palace. Feng Er is still busy now. Mu Zixuan was even more confused. She finally understood why Lu Chen brought up Wu Yao's matter at this time. It turned out that he sensed that Lu Chongfeng was doing something treasonous. Mu Zixuan was suddenly a little angry. Lu Chongfeng, this stinky boy, actually attacked Wu Yao, his aunt. He really had the heart to do it. Just when Mu Zixuan wanted to say something, she suddenly thought of Lu Chen and Chu Yukin again. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Then she sighed slightly and had to say, "It's all up to your majesty." Chapter 703 Time flies so fast. Early morning. 69 Bookbar 69. Great Xia Dynasty, East Palace. After Lu Chongfeng got up, he looked at the beautiful woman beside him and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He finally got what he wanted. Only. At this time, Lu Chongfeng also began to worry. He was not worried about his father. What he was most worried about was his mother and concubine. He has grown up under the care of Mu Zixuan since he was a child. In his heart, Mu Zixuan is a very strict mother, and his mother-in-law will most likely not agree to such a thing. At this time, Wu Yao's beauty jumped slightly, and the next moment, she opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Changfeng's handsome and evil smiling face, and Wu Yao's heart trembled. "It's over. What have you done?" Seeing Wu Yao's blushing face and anxious look, Lu Chongfeng felt itchy instantly. He pressed on Wu Yao's body again. Wu Yao quickly said, "Your Highness, today you..." Before Wu Yao finished speaking, a woman's cold voice came from outside, Your Majesty, please go to the back garden with Wu Yao." Hearing this voice, Lu Chongfeng and Wu Yao were shocked. Although they don't often deal with women outside, they are still familiar with this voice. It is the voice of Bai Qingqing, Lu Chen's personal guard. Emperor Xia asked his personal guards to pass on the command, which obviously showed how important the matter was. When he thought about letting the two of them go there together, it was obvious that their affairs were exposed. After coming back to his senses, Lu Chongfeng glanced at Wu Yao's panicked appearance, and then said, "Aunt Wu, don't worry, I will definitely make my father agree to grant him a marriage." Wu Yao couldn't listen to Lu Changfeng's words at this time. She only felt that a disaster was coming. Great Xia Palace, back garden. The garden behind the palace is full of flowers and colors. The delicate flowers are blooming in the sunshine, like a vivid oil painting. An exquisite fountain gurgled in the center of the garden, and the water droplets sparkled in the sunlight. The shady trees add a touch of fresh greenery to the garden. The winding paths are lined with a variety of flowers, which are fragrant and refreshing. A breeze blows, and the petals fall with the wind. The fairyland-like scenery is unforgettable. At this time, Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan were inside the pavilion of the Imperial Garden. Lu Chen was sipping tea, while Mu Zixuan was looking at the entrance of the Imperial Garden with a cold face. She had never shown such a look in front of Lu Chen, but the matter between Lu Chongfeng and Wu Yao always made her feel a little uncomfortable. This brat didn't even say hello, but just wiped Wu Yao clean. Even if he really liked Wu Yao, he still had to tell her. After all, Wu Yao is a descendant of Emperor Wu, how can he touch him casually? Mu Zixuan wouldn't be angry if it was just an ordinary maid, but it happened to be Wu Yao. Not long after, two panic-looking figures appeared at the entrance of the royal garden. When they arrived at the entrance of the pavilion, before Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan could say anything, Lu Chongfeng and Wu Yao both knelt down. Lu Chongfeng originally wanted to excuse Wu Yao, but Wu Yao was the first to speak. It was all slaves who seduced His Highness the Crown Prince. This matter has nothing to do with His Highness the Crown Prince. If your Majesty punishes, please punish only this slave. Hearing this, Lu Chongfeng became anxious. As a man, how could he blame everything on a woman? What's more, he forced himself last night. Lu Chongfeng said quickly, "Father, mother, and concubine are all my son's fault and have nothing to do with Aunt Wu. Please don't punish Aunt Wu, my son." Before Lu Chongfeng finished speaking, Mu Zixuan said coldly, "You still know how to call her Aunt Wu." Hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, the two of them were so frightened that they trembled. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look up at Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan. The two fell into silence and did not continue talking. They knew very well that it would depend on what Emperor Xia thought next. No matter how strict Mu Zixuan was, she had to listen to Emperor Xia. At this time, Lu Chen was still sipping tea leisurely and did not speak for a long time. The longer the time passed, the more nervous the two of them became, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Chen finally said, "Feng, do you like Wu Yao's body or her as a person? Think carefully before you answer." This. Lu Chongfeng did not expect that his father would ask this question. For him, of course he had to answer that he liked Wu Yao, but he always felt that his father's question was a trap, and his father also said that he should think it over carefully before answering. Seeing that Lu Chongfeng did not answer this question immediately, Wu Yao's face instantly showed a lonely look. She did not expect Lu Chongfeng to like her as a person, but at this moment she still felt a faint pain in her heart. Perhaps for the prince, Lu Chongfeng, he was just a plaything for him to release his stress. Just when Wu Yao was thinking wildly, Lu Chongfeng said, "Father, Aunt Wu has been with Urchin to take care of him since he was a child. Urchin has already regarded her as his own relative. Urchin admits that Urchin I do like her beauty, but Urchin still likes her more as a person. Even if she doesn't have such a beautiful appearance, Urchin still has deep feelings for her." Wu Yao was slightly startled when she heard Lu Changfeng's answer, and tears kept rolling in her eyes for a while. With Lu Changfeng's words, her death was worth it. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Mu Zixuan, and her expression had eased a lot, not as cold as before. Although she felt that Wu Yao was not suitable to be Lu Changfeng's woman, she was still quite satisfied with Lu Changfeng's answer, which showed that Lu Changfeng was not a heartless and ungrateful person. But Mu Zixuan had more worries in her heart. From the perspective of a mother, she naturally did not want Lu Changfeng to be a heartless and ungrateful person. But from the perspective of a monarch, if Lu Changfeng became an emperor in the future, he would definitely not be swayed by women, so Mu Zixuan was very worried that Lu Chen would not be satisfied with Lu Changfeng's answer. But at this time, Lu Chen said, "In the stage of conquering the world, the monarch must be decisive in killing, and in the stage of governing the world, the emperor who values love and righteousness is more popular." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan was relieved. Fortunately Lu Changfeng's words did not make Lu Chen feel disgusted. Lu Chen continued at this time, "Father is very happy that you can answer like this, but I hope that you pay more attention to feelings, not because you are obsessed with Wu Yao's beauty." Lu Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief at this time, at least he passed the first level. Lu Changfeng then said, "Father, I will never be obsessed with beauty. I will definitely focus on government affairs in the future." Hearing Lu Changfeng's words, Lu Chen picked up the teacup and took another sip of tea. Lu Changfeng lay on the ground, still uneasy in his heart. He didn't know how his father would deal with Wu Yao next. After a long time, Lu Chen spoke again, "Feng, you are not an ordinary person. You have a special bloodline. Every time you give birth to a child, the child will take away a lot of your luck and bloodline power." Hearing this, Lu Changfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Does his father mean to break up him and Wu Yao? Just when Lu Changfeng was anxious, Lu Chen continued, "At your age, you should have a teacher to teach you about men and women. Since you like Wu Yao will be your teacher in the future. But I have one request, that is, don't leave offspring easily." When these words came out, Lu Changfeng and Wu Yao were stunned. What does this mean, they can be together? Just when Wu Yao was distracted, Lu Chen said to Wu Yao, "Feng is still young, you have to supervise him in the future, even if you want to teach him about men and women, you can't be too indulgent. His physique is different from mine. He needs to practice. If he is obsessed with women, it will be difficult to improve his cultivation." Wu Yao instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. She immediately kowtowed and said, "Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Majesty. I will take good care of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the future." Lu Chen did not intend to teach the dragon and phoenix yin and yang secret to his children. It was okay for him to be obsessed with women, but he didn't want his children to be obsessed with women. In the future, he wanted Lu Chongfeng to help him manage the kingdom he had conquered. If all his children were like him and only knew how to stay with women all day, who would govern the kingdom he had conquered in the future? Lu Chongfeng also kowtowed and said, "Thank you, father, for your help." Lu Chen said, "I am not helping you. You have indeed reached this age, but I have to remind you that you must understand your identity. You are the crown prince, the future emperor of Daxia, and you must focus on government affairs and cultivation." Lu Chongfeng said, "I understand that I will not disappoint my father and mother in the future." Lu Chen then said lightly, "Okay, you all go back." The two said in unison, "I'll take my leave. I'll take my leave." Then Lu Chongfeng and Wu Yao walked out of the imperial garden, but when they went back, they were obviously shaking. Both of them felt like they had survived a catastrophe. They thought they were going to be separated, and even Wu Yao might be in danger of her life, but they didn't expect it. Lu Chen actually agreed to let them continue to be together, and even let Wu Yao be Lu Changfeng's enlightenment teacher. They couldn't believe that this would be the result. As soon as Lu Chongfeng and Wu Yao returned to the East Palace, Lu Chongfeng hugged Wu Yao and kissed her non-stop. With his father's words, he could let Wu Yao teach him knowledge in the future without hesitation. After Lu Chongfeng left, Lu Chen sighed and couldn't help but sigh. "Time flies so fast, my child is also old enough to get married." At this time, Lu Chen turned his head and looked at Mu Zixuan. "Zixuan, you have worked hard all these years." Along the way, Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan, two women, have made great efforts. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "I am your Majesty's woman, and I should do anything for your Majesty." Lu Chen also smiled and said nothing more. Chapter 704, The Ants of Tianchen World, Submit to Me. After letting Wu Yao be Lu Changfeng's enlightenment teacher for half a month, Lu Chen has been paying attention to Lu Changfeng's situation. He was a little worried that Lu Changfeng was a little forgetful, so he asked Wu Yao to teach him about men and women every day. But later he found that he was overthinking. His son's concentration was much stronger than his father. In the next half-month, Lu Chongfeng only studied with Wu Yao once, and he spent the rest of the time learning how to govern the country and practice. Lu Chen was very satisfied with Lu Changfeng's performance. With such a sensible son, his retirement life should be guaranteed in the future. In the next month, the major forces in Black Dragon County sent elders and disciples to station at the place where the boundary wall was broken, and Daxia also sent the War Dragon Army. However, the strength of the War Dragon Army this time has been greatly improved compared with the past. The lowest cultivation level of the soldiers of the War Dragon Army this time is the Heavenly Man realm. The strength of those generals wearing the Holy Glory armor has reached the Yin-Yang realm. In order to avoid unexpected situations, Lu Chen also sent the Great Elder of the 10,000 Immortals sect to station at the place where the boundary wall was broken. The Great Elder of the Wangxian sect is a real cultivator of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. After he puts on the Holy Light armor, his strength can reach the Wanfa realm. As long as there is no strong man in the transformation realm from the other world, the Great Elder of the Wangxian sect can handle it. Of course, Lu Chen did not intend to be so passive and defensive all the time. He would send people to explore that low-level cultivation world later, but he had to wait for the cultivators from the Black Dragon Holy Land to arrive. This book was first published on Bookbar. Providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. When Yin Zhenjai arrived, Tianchen World had a transformation realm cultivator sitting in charge. With the blessing of the Holy Light armor, Yin Zhenjai's strength could reach the Gigzu realm. At that time, even if a cultivator in the transformation realm appeared in that low-level cultivation world, he would still not be the opponent of Tianchen World. But before the Black Dragon Holy Land arrived, Tianchen world still had a small trouble to deal with. In the universe, a ferry boat is reaching a world at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the monks on the deck of the ferry boat are very excited. We are here, we are finally here. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with our star map. We accidentally encountered space turbulence last time. We have to be more careful this time. Seeing the Tianchen world getting closer and closer, Yu Liangqi's mouth slightly raised. As long as he caught Yun Xianxian, the credit would belong to him. At that time, he would not only get the reward from the palace master, but also win the favor of Lu Yanghua. When he thought of this, Yu Liangqi was extremely excited. He couldn't wait to enter the Tianchen world again to capture Yun Xianxian. Then Yu Liangqi personally controlled the ferry boat and crashed directly into the crack of the Tianchen world. Soon, the ferry boat entered the misty world again. Today's misty world has collapsed, but there are still some continents on the edge of the Tianchen continent, and many new sects have been born. These sects originally entered the Tianchen continent, but they did not want to be controlled by the Great Xia Dynasty, so they returned to the misty world again. The areas that should collapse in the misty world have already collapsed. The spatial structure of the remaining places is very stable and not so easy to collapse, which also allows these sects to have a relatively stable environment. After Yu Liangqi entered the misty world, he immediately used his spiritual power to explore the situation of the misty world. As a result, he found that there was not a single cultivator in the Wanfa realm around. Yu Liangqi laughed out loud. They could easily take down a world without even a cultivator in the Wanfa realm. Seeing the ferry boat in the sky, the cultivators in the misty world were confused. At this moment, a voice sounded in the sky above the misty world, "Ants of Tianchen world, surrender to me, otherwise die." Hearing this, the forces in the misty world were instantly frightened. They instantly realized that the ferry boat in the sky was an external force and came from other worlds. Now the pattern of Tianchen world is about to change again. The leaders of the forces in the misty world came to the immortal boat one after another. "We are here to see you, senior." In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong are respected. This foreign force has the ability to move in the universe, which means that the forces behind them are very powerful. The cultivators in the misty world have no intention of defending Tianchen world for the Great Xia Dynasty. Yu Liangqi did not talk too much nonsense with these cultivators. He glanced at these people and found that they were at most at the level of creation realm. Then he asked, "Who is currently in control of Tianchen world?" Yu Liangqi planned to send people to look for clues about Yun Xianxian. Although he could find Yun Xianxian by sensing the breath of his fellow disciples, if Yun Xianxian knew he was coming, she would probably hide her breath. In this way, it would not be easy for them to find Yun Xianxian again. However, Yun Xianxian is a cultivator who came from a high-level world of cultivation. Living in this low-level world of cultivation, she must have made some achievements. As long as you find out the situation in Tianchen world, it should not be difficult to find Yun Xianxian. After hearing Yu Liangqi's question, Ye Jingming of the bird sect immediately stood up and said flatteringly, "Senior, the Tianchen world is currently controlled by the Great Xia Dynasty." Yu Liangqi glanced at everyone and then asked again, "Who among you is the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty?" "This." "Everyone, look at me and I look at you." Ye Jingming said quickly, "Senior, the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty is not here. They may not even know that you are here." Yu Liangqi thought for a moment, and realized that it was normal for a monk from a lower world to be too far away and not be able to sense the situation here. Yu Liangqi continued to ask, "What is the cultivation level of the Emperor of Daxia?" Ye Jingming replied, "Back to senior, we don't know his specific cultivation level, but he once defeated a demon cultivator whose cultivation level reached the yin and yang realm." Hearing this, Yu Liangqi was stunned for a moment. The magic cultivator's method was weird, and he was able to defeat a cultivator in the yin-yang realm, which proved that the strength of the Emperor of Great Xia was not simple. Is it possible that there are still people with such strength in this lower world? Yu Liangqi had a bold idea in his heart. Is the Emperor of Daxia a woman? Ye Jingming replied, Senior, no. Yu Liangqi thought for a moment and said, forget it, tell me the specific situation of the Emperor of Daxia. Yes, Senior. Then Ye Jingming told Yu Liangqi all the information about Lu Chen that Baniaozong had. After listening to Ye Jingming's report, Yu Liangqi suddenly felt a little unconfident. Especially when he heard that the demon cultivator used the bloodthirsty formation and was killed by Lu Chen, he felt that Lu Chen's strength might have reached the 10,000 Dharma realm, etc. How can such a low-level world, which does not even have its own laws, be able to withstand the power of a cultivator in the 10,000 Dharma realm? Yu Liangqi looked at Tianchen world again, then released his spiritual power and sensed the current situation of Tianchen world. Yu Liangqi frowned slightly at this perception. The spiritual energy of Tianchen world has become so strong now. He remembered that the last time he came to Tianchen world, the spiritual energy of this world was still very thin. That's all. The most powerful person in this world should be the Emperor of Daxia. Although the 10,000 Dharma realm is indeed a bit tricky, with the two yin and yang realms on their side, plus his 10,000 Dharma realm, there shouldn't be much trouble against Emperor Xia. Question. Moreover, this Emperor Xia probably came from the world of advanced cultivation. If he was sensible, he would most likely not conflict with their Swanyu palace. At this time, Yu Liangqi continued to ask, do you know a woman named Yungxiangxian? After hearing this, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and then they all said in unison, I don't know them. Ye Jingming asked, Senior, I wonder if this Yungxian is beautiful or not. It is said that all the stunning women in Tianchen world are in Emperor Xia's harem. If the woman that the senior is looking for is beautiful, there is a high probability that she is also in Emperor Xia's harem. Hearing this, Yu Liangqi frowned. If she was in Emperor Xia's harem, wouldn't it mean that Yun Xianxian had lost her virginity and became Emperor Xia's woman, so wouldn't her fairy body also be taken away by Emperor Xia? If this is really the case, Yungxiangxian will be of no use to Lu Yanghua. Lu Yanghua will be very angry when he finds out about this, and will probably destroy Swanyu Palace by then. Thinking of this, Yu Liangqi immediately controlled the immortal boat and continued to go deeper into the world of Tianchen, ignoring the monks in the misty world. He now had to quickly confirm whether Yun Xianxian was still intact. Seeing the immortal boat slowly flying towards the Tianchen world, all the monks in the mist world began to rejoice. After the Great Xia Dynasty was destroyed, maybe the Tianchen world would become controlled by major forces. By then, you can also take the opportunity to enter Tianchen world and occupy a piece of land. Ye Jingming said to himself at this time, the world of Tianchen is going to change. I didn't expect that the Great Xia Dynasty would be over so soon. At this time, a sect leader said next to him, Emperor Xia is so domineering, he should have been overthrown long ago. Ye Jingming said, I just don't know how this new force will deal with Tianchen world. Black Dragon City, Royal Palace. In a ghostly palace, a cold woman who was meditating on a soft couch suddenly opened her eyes. I didn't expect to arrive so soon, and I don't know if any of the people who came this time are stronger than the 10,000 Dharma realm. Yun Xianxian has now returned to the Yin and Yang realm. After putting on the Shengui armor given to her by Lu Chen, her strength is comparable to that of a monk in the 10,000 Dharma realm. As long as there are no monks from the 10,000 Dharma realm among the people who come, she can basically handle it by herself. Of course, she also thinks this is unrealistic. Swanyu Palace should not hand over an immortal boat to a group of disciples who do not even have the cultivation level of the 10,000 Dharma realm. Traveling through the universe, monks who do not have the 10,000 Dharma realm can easily lose their way. Yun Xianxian slowly stood up and walked towards the outside of the palace. Chapter 705 I heard that your harem is full of stunning women. Chapter 705 I heard that your harem is full of stunning women. If it was in the past, Yun Xianxian would definitely try to hide after knowing that a disciple from Suanyu Palace came to this world. But now it is different. There is a man behind her, and the identity of this man is not simple, so she dares to face the disciples of Suanyu Palace. When Yun Xianxian just stepped out of the palace, Yu Liangqi's voice came from the sky above Heilong County. Ants of Tianchen World, submit to me immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Hearing this voice, the cultivators of Heilong County trembled in their hearts. This level of pressure, I am afraid that the person who spoke is a cultivator of the Wanfa realm. This person said that the people of Tianchen World are all ants. In this case, this person is a cultivator from another world? That's not right. Haven't the major sects sent many disciples to guard the southern sea area? How did the cultivators of that world come to this world so quickly? The cultivators of Black Dragon County had not yet realized that the cultivators who came to Tianchen World this time came from far away. They still thought that Yu Liangqi and his companions came from the cultivation world next to Tianchen World. For a time, the cultivators of Black Dragon County were extremely panicked. The major sects and the Great Xia Dynasty also sent many people to guard the southern sea area, just because they were afraid that the cultivators of that world would run to this world. Now that the cultivators of that world have come and even reached Black Dragon County, doesn't this mean that the cultivators they sent to guard the southern sea area have been annihilated, and even the army of the Great Xia Dynasty has been defeated? When the cultivators thought of this, their faces turned pale. Even the Great Xia Dynasty was defeated, so how could they be the opponents of those cultivators? Otherwise, they might as well surrender. Anyway, they don't have much feelings for this world, and annexing other forces is very common in the cultivation world. At one time, many leaders of various forces came to the immortal boat controlled by Yu Liangqi. We are here to see you, Senior. The forces that came to join Yu Liangqi were mostly small forces that were not used to the Great Xia Dynasty and wanted to get rid of the control of the Great Xia Dynasty. More forces were still waiting and watching. Lu Chen had not appeared yet, and it was still uncertain who would win or lose. If they joined the cultivators of other worlds at this time, they would definitely settle accounts with them after Lu Chen defeated these invaders. After seeing the people who came to join him, Yu Liangqi continued, "Where is the Great Xia Emperor? Please come out and see him." Knowing that Emperor Xia had some strength, Yu Liangqi's words were not too tough. Lu Chen had already sensed the situation in Black Dragon County, and he came to the Black Dragon City Palace in an instant. At this moment, Yun Xianxian was about to fly to the sky to personally send Yu Liangqi and his people away, but a big hand suddenly patted her shoulder. Yun Xianxian looked back and found that it was Lu Chen, so she said, "I just checked and found that among the people from Suanyu Palace, only those who have the cultivation level of Wanfa realm can be dealt with by myself, and you don't need to take action." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I want to see how strong Su Hanyan is." Hearing this, Yun Xianxian instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. After Su Hanyan put on the Holy Glory armor, her strength was already on par with the Divine Transformation realm. The people sent by Suanyu Palace this time only have the cultivation level of Wanfa realm. Once Su Hanyan takes action, those people will definitely not be able to stop her. Yun Xianxian immediately said, "I understand." Lu Chen continued, "Master, hide your breath first and hide for a while. I'll go see Su Hanyan." "Okay." After the voice fell, Yun Xianxian returned to the room and hid his breath. At the same time, Lu Chen directly changed his shape and came to the place where the Mixian sect was now. After Su Hanyan sensed that there was an invasion of foreign enemies in the Tianchen world, she was ready for battle. She was wearing a purple cloud dress, holding a spiritual sword in her hand, standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the Suanyu Palace immortal boat in the distance. At this moment, she sensed a familiar breath behind her, but she did not react at all, still looking at the immortal boat in the distance. The next moment, a pair of claws hugged her willow waist, and then Lu Chen's servile voice sounded in her ears. "My wife, I didn't expect you to be ready to protect me." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Hanyan snorted lightly, "Your Majesty is so powerful, there is no need for me to take action. The other party is only a cultivator in the 10,000 laws realm, and I guess he is not a strong enemy in the eyes of His Majesty." Lu Chen said, "I am only in the yin-yang realm, how can I be the opponent of the cultivator in the 10,000 laws realm? This time, the invader has to be solved by you, my wife." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Hanyan snorted again and said nothing more. When she saw that there was a cultivator of the 10,000 Dharma realm among the invaders, she thought that Lu Chen might not take action. Although Lu Chen was very powerful when bullying women, the other party had a real cultivator of the 10,000 Dharma realm after all. Even if Lu Chen wore the holy light armor, he would only have the strength of the 10,000 Dharma realm, but having the strength of the 10,000 Dharma realm might not be able to fully exert it. If the perception is not up to par, even if he has the strength of the 10,000 Dharma realm, when using spiritual power, he is definitely not as good as the real 10,000 Dharma realm. At that time, Su Hanyan was thinking about whether to take action for Lu Chen today and solve this invader. But she changed her mind later and thought that Lu Chen's identity was not simple, and he must have some hidden cards, so she did not take action immediately, and stood there and watched. "I just didn't expect that this guy would actually come to me." Su Hanyan felt a little proud at the thought of this guy coming to beg her to take action. She thought to herself, "Aren't you very powerful? Why are you now asking me for help?" Su Hanyan then said, "I can take action for you, but what benefits can I get?" She was definitely going to take action. It would be great if she could get more benefits from Lu Chen before taking action. Lu Chen smiled and said, "There are definitely benefits. I can't let my wife work in vain. How about this? After you deal with these intruders, I will help you practice Suan Kung Fu for the next month." Hearing this, Su Hanyan's face instantly became stiff, and then she said, "Is this the benefit you mentioned?" Lu Chen said, "Isn't this a benefit? I have so many wives and concubines, and being able to stay with me for a month is a luxury for them. Anyway, that's the only benefit. If you don't want to help, forget it." Su Hanyan said coldly, "I don't want your benefits anymore, I will do it for you." Speaking of this, Su Hanyan's spiritual power radiated out, and in an instant, her body's spiritual power rushed directly to the sky. Yu Liangqi originally planned to continue shouting, but a surge of spiritual power startled him. He looked in that direction and saw a woman holding a sword and looking at their ferry boat. Feeling the spiritual pressure emanating from the woman, Yu Liangqi frowned. "Another Wanfa realm? If Emperor Xia counts as one 10,000 Dharma realm, now there is another 10,000 Dharma realm, and two 10,000 Dharma realms will probably be difficult to deal with." But Yu Liangqi suddenly thought that their ferry boat was also a weapon. Their ferry boat was built with a lot of money. If it was hit by the formation on their ferry boat, let alone the first level of the 10,000 Dharma realm, even if it was the fifth level of the 10,000 Dharma realm, it's hard enough to get hurt. Thinking of this, Yu Liangqi became a little more confident. Then Yu Liangqi looked at Su Hanyan and said, "Fellow Taoist, we came to Tianchen world just to find people, and we have no intention of conflict with you." Hearing this, Su Hanyan laughed, and then said, "Just to find people? If it was just to find people, would you call the monks in Tianchen world ants? I'm afraid you are not just looking for someone." Yu Liangqi said, "We didn't know that fellow Taoist was also in Tianchen world just now. If we knew, we would definitely not say this. I wonder if you have ever heard of Yun Xian Xian." When Yu Liangqi saw Su Hanyan's strength, he felt that Su Hanyan might have something to do with Yungxiangxian. Yungxiangxian was also a disciple from a large sect. It was impossible for him to be like this in a low-level world like Tianchen world. Keep a low profile. Hearing Yu Liangqi ask Yun Xian Xian, Lu Chen's white-haired master instantly appeared in Su Hanyan's mind. It turned out that these people came to find Lu Chen's master. Su Hanyan felt a little uncomfortable in her heart when she thought of Lu Chen, a guy who wanted to protect his master. However, she still said at this time, I have never heard of this person. Okay, you can leave Tianchen world. If you continue to stay in Tianchen world, I will not be polite. Hearing Su Hanyan's words, Yu Liangqi's face looked a little ugly. Leave? None of them were caught, so how could they leave? It's just that Emperor Xia has not shown up yet, and we don't know what Emperor Xia's strength is. If they are really two people in the 10,000 Dharma realm, then they probably really have no choice but to leave. Just when Yu Liangqi was wondering whether to take action directly, Lu Chen walked out from behind Su Hanyan and stood side by side with her. After seeing Lu Chen, the Tianchen world monk who had just taken refuge in Liangqi immediately said, Senior, that man is Emperor Xia. Hearing this, Yu Liangqi was startled. He immediately released his spiritual power and sensed Lu Chen's cultivation. It turned out that Lu Chen only had the cultivation of the second level of Yin and Yang realm. Only at the second level of Yin and Yang realm? Then what else is he afraid of? Yu Liangqi became very angry when he thought that he had the idea of retreating just now. This woman really almost frightened him. Yu Liangqi ignored Su Hanyan, stared at Lu Chen and asked, I heard that your harem is full of stunning women. Then is there a woman named Yun Xianxian in your harem? It's best to answer truthfully. If you dare to lie, you will die. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, if I said no, would you just leave Tianchen world like this? Yu Liangqi said, of course not, but you have to bring all your wives and concubines and let us take a look. If not, I will not embarrass you. Chapter 706 I will take you to see her now. With a monk in the 10,000 Dharma realm in front of him, Yu Liangqi had no intention of taking action directly. Although Yu Liangqi is not afraid of the Wanfa realm woman in front of him, but he can capture Yun Xianxian at the minimum price, so he doesn't want to do it at the minimum price. If the opponent is much weaker than himself, then he will not continue to talk nonsense here. It will not take much time to directly capture Emperor Xia and go to Emperor Xia's palace. When both sides are evenly matched, the monks will be much more cautious before taking action. After hearing Yu Liangqi's words, Lu Chen said calmly, you asked me to bring my wives and concubines, and I brought my wives and concubines to you? Then wouldn't I be very shameless? As the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty, how could I do whatever I want? Oppressed by you invaders. This book was first published on 69 Book Bar to provide you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters. Yu Liangqi frowned, and then released a stream of spiritual power from his body, heading straight for Lu Chen. However, before the spiritual power could touch Lu Chen's body, it was easily blocked by Su Hanyan's scabbard. Yu Liangqi said coldly, it's really ridiculous. An emperor of a lower-class dynasty dares to speak to me like this. If it weren't for the face of the woman in front of you, you would be a corpse now. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't agree again, don't blame us for being rude. Seeing that Yu Liangqi seemed to be ready to take action, Su Hanyan immediately clenched the sword in his hand and said, I would like to see how you are so rude. Yu Liangqi glanced at Su Hanyan and said, fellow Taoist, do you really want to hinder our search for someone? Su Hanyan said, Tianchen world belongs to the Great Xia Dynasty. This is not your territory, and you have no right to pry into Tianchen world. If you come from there, go back there. After Su Hanyan finished speaking, Yu Liangqi's spiritual power spread out, it's useless to talk more. Since you are unwilling to hand over Yun Xianxian, then let's do it. Yu Liangqi now felt that Su Hanyan and Xia Huang knew where Yun Xianxian was, otherwise they would not have such a big reaction. Generally in the world of cultivation, strong people cannot afford to conflict with each other. I was just looking for one person, and the two of them just needed to cooperate. But they didn't agree, so there was a high probability that there was some relationship between Yungxian and them. They were protecting Yungxian. At this moment, Yu Liangqi took out a fan from somewhere. When he fanned it, countless tiny sword energy flew out from the fan and went straight towards Su Hanyan and Lu Chen. While attacking, he sent a message to his junior brother Chen Tianzong next to him, "Junior brother Chen, that Emperor Xia most likely knows where Yun Xianxian is. I will help you contain that woman. You go catch that Emperor Xia and question Izumo." The position of immortality. Yu Liangqi didn't know if he could defeat Su Hanyan, so he planned to make two preparations. As long as the woman fought with him, there would be no way to protect Emperor Xia, and his junior brothers would have the opportunity to take action against Emperor Xia. Chen Tianzong also has the strength of the 9th level of Yin-Yang realm, and there is a high probability that he will have no problem dealing with a Xia emperor. Even if this Emperor Xia comes from the high-level cultivation world, his strength may have declined after staying in the low-level cultivation world for so long. After hearing Yu Liangqi's message, Chen Tianzong replied via message, "Okay, senior brother Yu." Chen Tianzong then took a look at Emperor Xia. Judging from Emperor Xia's aura, he should only be at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm. He, a monk at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, has no big problem against a monk at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm. It's just that he didn't understand why when they first entered Tianchen world, those monks said that Emperor Xia had the strength to deal with demon cultivators in the 10,000 Dharma realm? Maybe those guys lied to them? Yes, those guys were probably arranged by Emperor Xia to deceive them. The purpose was to scare them away and prevent them from entering the Tianchen world. Thinking of this, Chen Tianzong immediately jumped up and jumped off the ferry boat. He did not rush towards Lu Chen immediately, but waited for the opportunity next to the immortal boat. As long as Yu Liangqi could lure the woman in the Wanfa realm away, he would take action immediately. At this moment, Su Hanyan saw the countless small sword energies coming towards her, so she directly pulled out the spiritual sword in her hand, then put her two fingers together, and used the sword to direct the spiritual sword towards those small sword energies. After blocking the sword energy, Su Hanyan pinched the spell with her hands and circulated her spiritual power. The next moment, countless sword energy appeared in the sky. Tianchen world is just a low-level world. If Wanfa realm takes action in a low-level world, it is likely to have an impact on this low-level world, so Su Hanyan does not dare to fight with Yu Liangqi right away. The attacks of both sides are tentative attacks. On the one hand, they test the opponent's specific strength, and on the other hand, they test the limits of what the world can bear. Seeing that Su Hanyan did not use all his strength as soon as he came up, Yu Liangqi said directly, "You should also know that this is just a low-level world. If the two of us in the 10,000 Dharma realm use our full strength at the same time, it is likely to cause the world to collapse. Why do you have to do this for an unrelated person?" Su Hanyan ignored Yu Liangqi's words. The next moment, countless flying swords flew towards Yu Liangqi. Seeing that Su Hanyan seemed to have no intention of stopping, Yu Liangqi laughed. Since the other party insisted on taking action, don't blame him. It's just a low-level world. Even if it is destroyed, he won't feel bad. They are not from Tianchen world anyway. The most important thing is that there is a ferry boat under his feet. If the space is really broken, he can directly control the ferry boat to leave. The ferry boat can resist the collapse of space to a certain extent. Even if the space collapses, it will not have any impact on the people in the ferry boat. Yu Liangqi threw the fan in his hand and condensed the spiritual power of his whole body. The next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy also rushed to his body frantically. Then, Yu Liangqi shouted, "Wind and clouds!" Then a tornado of hurricanes rushed directly to Su Hanyan. Countless sword chi stirred in the hurricane, and anything caught in it was instantly turned into powder. The moment Yu Liangqi launched the wind and clouds, the Tianchen world really appeared strange, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space, as if the entire Tianchen world was about to split. At this time, those monks who defected to Yu Liangqi were sucked into the space cracks, and their lives and deaths were uncertain. Seeing this scene, Su Hanyan frowned slightly, and then frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, and then a huge lightsaber appeared in the sky. Heaven and earth sky slash. Then the giant sword collided with the hurricane, and waves of air spread out, and the people around were blown away instantly. At this time, Su Hanyan's body instantly disappeared from the spot. Phantom mist shadow. A ball of purple mist instantly enveloped Yu Liangqi and his immortal boat. Seeing Su Hanyan actively attacking them, and Emperor Xia was still standing there, Chen Tianzong realized that the opportunity had come, and then Chen Tianzong went straight to Lu Chen. Yu Liangqi sensed Su Hanyan's position in the purple mist. He found that it seemed that Su Hanyan's breath was everywhere in the mist, and the spiritual power fluctuations in each place were stable. It was as if Su Hanyan was not everywhere, and it was as if she was anywhere, and it was difficult to track her specific location. Yu Liangqi laughed and said, "Eye-catching trick." The next moment, Yu Liangqi took back the fan and prepared to use the technique to blow away the mist. At the same time, Chen Tianzong had appeared in front of Lu Chen, and Su Hanyan also discovered the situation over there, but she saw that the one who was looking for trouble with Lu Chen was just a yin-yang realm cultivator, so she didn't care too much. He is just a yin-yang realm cultivator. Going to trouble Lu Chen is like looking for death. After Chen Tianzong came to Lu Chen, he smiled and said, "Emperor Xia, if you tell us the location of Yun Xianxian now, I may let you go, but if you are stubborn, don't blame me. No one can save you now." Lu Chen just smiled faintly, and then said, "You want to see Yun Xianxian? It's not impossible. I will take you to see her now." Hearing this, Chen Tianzong was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lu Chen to agree so easily. Just now, this guy said that he didn't know who Yun Xianxian was. For a moment, Chen Tianzong became alert. He felt that it was not that simple. Emperor Xia suddenly agreed, and it was very likely that he was planning something. Lu Chen didn't care what Chen Tianzong thought. He turned around and flew towards the Black Dragon City Palace on his sword. Seeing Lu Chen flying away on his sword, Chen Tianzong thought Lu Chen was going to escape and hurriedly followed him. Still want to escape? Wishful thinking. Then Chen Tianzong released his sword energy to attack Lu Chen, but Lu Chen was able to dodge easily. His body appeared here and there, and Chen Tianzong had no way to attack him. Seeing this scene, Chen Tianzong had a worse premonition in his heart. Emperor Xia was only at the first level of Yin-Yang realm. How could he dodge his attack so easily? And his body seemed to be traveling through space. Could this be the way of space? It's impossible. How could Lu Chen, a yin-yang realm cultivator, comprehend the way of space? This should be some kind of special technique. But no matter what, this guy couldn't escape. Chen Tianzong continued to chase him. Not long after, Lu Chen appeared in the Black Dragon City Palace. Seeing that Lu Chen fell into a yard and didn't continue to run away, Chen Tianzong hurriedly followed him. "Why don't you continue to run away?" Lu Chen said, "Run away? I said I would take you to see Yun Xianxian, so I mean what I said. You actually think I want to run away?" Chen Tianzong disagreed. He didn't think Emperor Xia would let him see Yun Xianxian. At this moment, a cold female voice came from the bedroom, "Junior brother Chen, long time no see." Hearing this voice, Chen Tianzong was startled. This. He was too familiar with this voice. After all, he was also an inner disciple of Suanyu Palace and used to go on missions with Yun Xianxian. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 707, Everything in Suanyu Palace has nothing to do with me. Chapter 707 Everything in Suanyu Palace has nothing to do with me. Not long after the sound came from the dormitory, a familiar figure to Chen Tianzong slowly walked out of the dormitory. Seeing that it was Yun Xianxian, Chen Tianzong was stunned again. Did not think of. It's actually Unzensen. Did Emperor Xia really bring him to see Yun Xianxian? Just when Chen Tianzong was wondering what Lu Chen meant, he immediately discovered that the aura on Yung Xianxian seemed to be stronger than his own. Although her pressure was only at the yin-yang level, her aura at least reached 10,000. The degree of legal status. Is it possible? Emperor Xia knew that he was no match for him, so he simply lured himself here and let Yun Xianxian deal with him? Just when Chen Tianzong was thinking this, Lu Chen said to Yun Xianxian, "Master, I found that this person seems to have something to do with you, so I simply brought him back." When Chen Tianzong appeared in front of Lu Chen knew through Chen Tianzong's personal information that Chen Tianzong was once Yun Xianxian's little fanboy. So he took Chen Tianzong home without taking action immediately, wanting to see how Yun Xianxian planned to deal with Chen Tianzong. Chen Tianzong said at this time, "Sister Yun, now Lu Yanghua is forcing Xuanyu Palace to hand you over within 1,000 years. If you don't go back, Xuanyu Palace will probably be destroyed by Lu Yanghua. For the sake of Xuanyu Palace and for yourself, come back with us." Yun Xianxian said coldly, "If I don't go back, what are you going to do?" Chen Tianzong took a deep breath, "If senior sister doesn't go back, then don't blame junior brother for taking action." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Tianzong clenched the sword in his hand, and the spiritual energy in his body surged out. Yun Xianxian's aura was stronger than his, so he had to be cautious. Seeing that Chen Tianzong wanted to fight with her, Yun Xianxian didn't intend to say anything. Anyone who wanted to take her back to Xuanyu Palace was her enemy. Even if this junior brother was recruited into Xuanyu Palace by herself, she would still be merciless. Noodle. The next moment, strands of cold air surged out from Yun Xianxian's body. The entire courtyard was instantly enveloped in cold air, and the ground was also covered with a layer of ice. Chen Tianzong frowned and retreated in his heart. He originally thought that Yun Xianxian's cultivation was sealed, and no matter how strong his aura was, he might not be able to display the corresponding strength. But now it seems that he may have thought wrong. At this moment, Chen Tianzong was thinking about whether it would be better to return to the ferry boat and find some people to help. Yun Xianxian did not give him this chance. In an instant, cold air surged out of Yun Xianxian's body and hit Chen Tianzong directly. Chen Tianzong immediately activated his sword energy, and countless sword energy was released from the spirit sword in front of him. For a moment, the entire palace was filled with air waves. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen suddenly regretted bringing Chen Tianzong to the palace. With this move, the entire back of the palace may have to be renovated, but the two of them did not continue to make moves. Chen Tianzong stepped back more than 10 meters at this time, and then said, "Senior sister Yun, it was you who taught me how to meet him in Xuanyu Palace. In times of crisis, stand up. Now Xuanyu Palace is in crisis. As long as you marry Lu Yanghua, all crises will be solved. But now you are unwilling to stand up and help Xuanyu Palace tide over this crisis. Do you have to be so selfish?" Hearing this, Yun Xianxian said coldly, "The moment the master sealed my cultivation, I was no longer a disciple of Xuanyu Palace. Whatever happened to Xuanyu Palace, I no longer had anything to do with me." Chen Tianzong saw that it was useless to say anything, so he activated his sword energy again, preparing to attack first and then find an opportunity to escape. He couldn't take the credit for catching Unzensen by himself, so he had to find other people for help. Just when Chen Tianzong was thinking this, Lu Chen asked, "Master, is this person still your junior brother?" Yun Xianxian said indifferently, "It doesn't count." Lu Chen smiled and said, "So, he is an enemy. Since he is an enemy, it should be okay if I kill him, right?" Originally, he considered that Chen Tianzong was Yun Xianxian's younger brother, so he didn't take action. Now that Chen Tianzong was considered an enemy, he could take action with peace of mind. Yun Xianxian said coldly at this time, "It's okay." Seeing that Yun Xianxian had said this, Lu Chen stopped wasting time. If he really allowed Chen Tianzong and Yun Xianxian to continue fighting, his palace would suffer, so he might as well do it himself. Hearing Lu Chen say that he wanted to kill him, Chen Tianzong immediately laughed and said, "You still want to kill me? It's ridiculous. If Yun Xianxian had done it himself, he might not be his opponent and might die, but Emperor Xia was only a first-level monk in the Yin-Yang realm, and he actually said he wanted to kill him? What a loud tone!" Lu Chen ignored Chen Tianzong's words and immediately mobilized the formation. The next moment, a huge formation pattern appeared in the sky above the entire Black Dragon City. Seeing this scene, Chen Tianzong's expression changed drastically. This is a formation. Black Dragon City actually still has formations. Can't stay long. He felt the terrifying nature of this formation. If he continued to carry it on, he would definitely die. Immediately afterwards, Chen Tianzong took the lead. Floating light sword. In an instant, a huge lightsaber appeared above Chen Tianzong's head. If the giant sword were to hit it, Lu Chen and the others would most likely be able to dodge it, but the entire palace would probably be destroyed. It is very easy for an attack from a strong person in the Yin and Yang realm to destroy a palace. It was certain that Chen Tianzong could not succeed. Lu Chen did not hesitate at all and directly mobilized the 7 killing formation of the Pulse Protection Formation. The formation patterns in the sky changed instantly. Immediately afterwards, a bright red light shot out from the center of the 7 killing formation. After Chen Tianzong sensed the threat, he quickly dodged. However, even though Chen Tianzong foresaw the danger in advance, he still did not dodge the attack of the 7 killing formation to protect the pulse. The small red light passed directly through Chen Tianzong's head. Then Chen Tianzong's body slowly fell down. When Chen Tianzong died, his pupils shrank and his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that he had died like this. The Pulse Protection 7 killing formation is a heaven-level formation. The stronger the person who controls the formation, the greater the power the formation can exert. With Lu Chen's current strength, he could control the Pulse Guard 7 killing formation, let alone kill the Yin-Yang realm monks. Even if the 10,000 Dharma realm monks came to Black Dragon City, as long as the opponent did not have any magic weapons, they would only be killed instantly. Even if a monk in the transformation of God realm appears in Black Dragon City, Lu Chen will most likely be able to fight against them. Seeing Chen Tianzong's body, Yun Xianxian had no expression on her face. Since she had stood on the opposite side of Suanyu Palace, those former brothers and sisters of Suanyu Palace were enemies. As long as they want to catch him, he will kill him. She would not marry Lu Yanghua in the past, and she would never marry her in the future. Now that she is Lu Chen's woman, she has decided to stay by Lu Chen's side for the rest of her life. How could she possibly go back? After dealing with Chen Tianzong, Lu Chen came to Yung Xiangxian's side instantly. Yung Xiangxian said coldly, "Why did you bring him back?" With Lu Chen's strength, even without mobilizing the Pulse Guard 7 killing formation, he could easily defeat Chen Tianzong. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Didn't I think he was your junior brother? What if I killed him quietly and made you unhappy?" Yun Xianxian said indifferently, "Everything in Suanyu Palace has nothing to do with me. From now on, you can kill whoever you want." Lu Chen said, "Oh? What about your master?" Hearing this question, Yun Xianxian was stunned and did not answer Lu Chen's question. Yun Xianxian has special feelings for her master. She was brought up by her master since she was a child, and everything she has is given to her by her master. It can be said that without her master, she would not exist. But her master actually wanted to give her to another man to make a furnace, which she couldn't accept under any circumstances. Seeing that Yun Xianxian didn't speak, Lu Chen smiled faintly. He also knew that Yun Xianxian didn't know how to face Yun Qingshu yet. Chapter 708 Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Chapter 708 Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? This book was first published on Bookbar. Providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Seeing that Yun Xianxian had not spoken, Lu Chen said at this time, according to my subordinate's inquiries, your master is already on the way to Tianchen World, and will be able to arrive in Tianchen World in a few years. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian frowned slightly. Although she didn't know how Lu Chen knew the whereabouts of her master, since Lu Chen said it proved that this was probably true. I didn't expect her master to come to catch her in person. When she thought of this, Yun Xianxian felt even more uncomfortable. Seeing that Yun Xianxian seemed to be in great pain, Lu Chen smiled and said, Do you think there is a possibility that your master sealed your cultivation not to give you to Lu Yanghua, but to prevent your immortal body from maturing so quickly? Yun Xianxian frowned slightly and said, Impossible. Lu Chen came behind Yun Xianxian, gently hugged her waist, and whispered in her ear, How do you know it's impossible? What if she really wanted to protect you? Yun Xianxian said coldly, You don't have to comfort me. Yun Xianxian thought that Lu Chen didn't want her to be so sad, so he said such words to comfort her. Seeing Yun Xianxian's intense reaction, Lu Chen knew that Yun Xianxian must have been heartbroken by her master, so he firmly believed that his master was a person who forgot his loyalty when he saw profit. Lu Chen continued, If your master really wanted to give you to Lu Yanghua, he would not have sealed your cultivation and locked you up in Suanyu Palace, but would have handed you over to Lu Yanghua at the first time. Think about it carefully. Your cultivation has been sealed, and the time for your immortal body to mature has greatly increased. If your cultivation has not increased, your immortal body will never mature, and you can stay in Suanyu Palace forever. This. After listening to Lu Chen's analysis, Yun Xianxian felt that it seemed to make sense. She had never thought about these things in the past, mainly because she was heartbroken by her master. Every time she thought of her master, she would feel sad, and naturally she would not think about these details. After Lu Chen's analysis, she felt that her master might really have sealed her cultivation to protect her. But she still didn't hold much hope at this time. Among the cultivators, let alone the master and apprentice, some cultivators can even sacrifice the lives of their relatives for immortality. What's the big deal if her master gave up her disciple to save his life? Yun Xianxian didn't think about it anymore. She said expressionlessly, Your wife is still fighting over there, but you are doing this kind of thing here. Do you think it's appropriate? At this time, Lu Chen's claws subconsciously wandered on Yun Xianxian's body. After hearing Yun Xianxian's words, Lu Chen reacted. He stopped his hand and said, With Hanyan's strength, it's not a big problem to deal with those people. After Su Hanyan put on the Holy Glory armor, her strength was close to the Wanfa realm. It was still no problem to deal with a Wanfa realm cultivator, and he didn't need to take action. Of course, it was indeed a bit inappropriate for his wife and concubine to fight in the front and he, a man, to do this kind of thing in the back. Lu Chen didn't continue to touch her. Then he let go of Yun Xianxian. It's almost over. I'll go over and take a look. Speaking of this, Lu Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Lu Chen appeared behind Su Hanyan. At this time, Yu Liangqi and others had been defeated. They hid in the ferry boat and didn't dare to come out. Yu Liangqi knelt on one knee, covering his chest with his right hand, and his body was covered with wounds. Seeing Lu Chen appear again, Yu Liangqi instantly realized that Chen Tianzong was probably in danger. He then realized that they had hit a wall this time. However, Yu Liangqi still said stubbornly, I admit that you have some skills, but I am a disciple of Suanyu Palace. The palace master of Suanyu Palace will come to Tianchen World in a short time. Once she knows that you killed the disciples of Suanyu Palace, none of you can escape." As soon as Yu Liangqi finished speaking, he spit out another mouthful of blood. Lu Chen laughed and said, "It's already this time, you still think we are afraid of Suanya Palace?" Hearing this, Yu Liangqi was stunned. What does Emperor Xia mean? Could it be that there is some superpower behind Emperor Xia that even Suanya Palace can't compete with, so they are not afraid of Suanya Palace at all? Thinking of this, Yu Liangqi suddenly became extremely nervous. I thought this mission was very simple. It was just a low-level world, and there couldn't be any strong people. As a result, this woman's strength was almost the same as the God Transformation Realm, and he couldn't resist it at all. If it weren't for the fact that the woman was afraid that using her full strength would cause the Tianchen world to collapse, he would probably be dead now. Fortunately, he took advantage of the woman's inattention and hid back on the immortal boat. The immortal boat is also a defensive magic weapon. Even if the opponent is a cultivator in the God Transformation Realm, he can resist it. Moreover, the opponent is afraid that the Tianchen world is too fragile and dares not use his full strength. In this case, it is not so easy for the woman to break through the defensive magic array of the immortal boat. He can take advantage of this time to rest for a while. When he recovers almost, he will immediately control the immortal boat to leave the Tianchen world. Thinking of this, Yu Liangqi said provocatively, "Even if you are not afraid of Suanya Palace, you are also afraid that Tianchen world will collapse. If you want to break the defense array of the ferry boat in Tianchen world, you must have at least the power of Wanfa realm. If you make a move, Tianchen world, a low-level world, may not be able to withstand your power. I advise you to think about it carefully." Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at the defensive barrier on the ferry boat. Indeed, the defensive barrier of the ferry boat looks relatively solid. If you want to destroy the barrier, you need to use a very strong external force to impact it. Tianchen world has not been repaired yet, the laws are not complete, and it is still very fragile. If you make a move casually, I am afraid that the barrier of the ferry boat has not been shattered yet, and the Tianchen continent will begin to collapse. This is a trouble. Seeing that Emperor Xia and the woman were floating in the air and just looked at the ferry boat quietly, without speaking or taking the next step, Yu Liangqi knew that they could not do anything to him, and could only watch him recover slowly. Seeing that Yu Liangqi was already absorbing spiritual energy and recovering his body, Su Hanyan turned her head slightly, looked at Lu Chen beside her and asked, "Do you have any way to break the barrier of the immortal boat?" Su Hanyan thought to herself that Lu Chen had so many methods, maybe he could think of a way to have the best of both worlds, that is, to break the barrier of the immortal boat without affecting the stability of the Tianchen world. Lu Chen smiled and replied, "I haven't thought of a way yet." Seeing that Lu Chen had no way, Su Hanyan didn't say anything more. Even he had no way, so he could only watch the invaders in the immortal boat recover their strength, and then control the immortal boat to leave the Tianchen world. Who made the Tianchen world just a low-level world with imperfect laws? At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then he smiled and said to Yu Liangqi in the immortal boat, "Yu Liangqi, do you really think I have no way to deal with you?" Seeing that Emperor Xia called out his name directly, Yu Liangqi was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted that Emperor Xia should have learned his name from Chen Tianzong. Even if he knew his name, what would happen? Emperor Xia still couldn't do anything to the immortal boat. Chapter 709 You have made a contribution, I must reward you. Yu Liangqi laughed and said, "If you have a way, you won't be talking nonsense with me here now. Since you have a way to break the ferry boat, then you can show us how to use it." Faced with Yu Liangqi's provocation, Lu Chen didn't take it seriously, and then he said, "Well, I'll show you how I break your ferry boat now." Hearing Lu Chen's confident tone, even Yu Liangqi couldn't help but frown. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that Emperor Xia really has the means to break the ferry boat? It's impossible. To break the ferry boat barrier, you need to attack with all your strength, and the Tianchen world can't withstand the full force of that woman. He didn't believe that Emperor Xia would ignore the Tianquan world in order to break the ferry boat barrier. It's very likely that Emperor Xia is bluffing. Thinking of this, Yu Liangqi felt relieved. At this time, Su Hanyan was also curiously looking at Lu Chen. She also wanted to know what kind of means Lu Chen had to break the ferry boat barrier without destroying the Tianquan world. Just when everyone was looking at Lu Chen's eyes suddenly turned purple. Seeing this scene, Yu Liangqi instantly realized that something was wrong. He recalled Yun Xiangxian's mind control technique and quickly closed his eyes. But it was too late. Although he closed his eyes quickly, he was not the only one in the ferry boat. All the Suanya Palace disciples who were looking at Lu Chen were affected by Lu Chen's mind control technique. Compared with Yun Xiangxian's mind control technique, Lu Chen's mind control technique was more terrifying. After practicing to perfection, it could control the crowd on a large scale. At this time, Lu Chen controlled the disciples affected by the mind control technique to actively attack Yu Liangqi. Yu Liangqi had just closed his eyes, and when he realized that something was wrong, he opened his eyes again. He quickly turned his head and looked behind him. After finding that the disciples around him were all controlled, Yu Liangqi quickly drew his sword and swept it towards the controlled Suanya Palace disciples. When Yu Liangqi took action, the barrier of the immortal boat also became a little thinner. Although the barrier of the immortal boat does not need to be maintained by someone all the time, if there is any problem with the person controlling the immortal boat, the barrier of the immortal boat will also be affected. At this moment, the control of the immortal boat is in Liangqi's hands. If Yu Liangqi has a problem with his body, the immortal boat will naturally be affected. At this time, Lu Chen smiled and said, "No matter how strong the fortress is, it can be broken from the inside." At this time, several disciples who have not been affected saw this scene and hurried to help Yu Liangqi, preventing those disciples who were under control from approaching Yu Liangqi. Seeing that the barrier of the immortal boat was constantly changing, Su Hanyan was also ready to attack. As long as the barrier disappeared, she would immediately take action. The strength of the Suanya Palace disciples controlled by Lu Chen was not very strong. Although the mind control technique can control people, the realm gap must be large. If it is a cultivator of the same realm, with a stronger will, at most it can only be affected a little. But even if the realm is not high, it is enough to cause trouble to Yu Liangqi and others. Seeing that the disciples he controlled were killed one by one, Lu Chen no longer wasted time and directly controlled them to self-destruct their Danshan. The power of self-destructing Danshan in the limited space of the Xianzhou barrier will be greater, and there are so many Tianren realm cultivators who self-destruct their Danshan. Although it is highly unlikely that Liangqi, a Wanfa realm cultivator, will be killed, it is still no problem to make him suffer more serious injuries. Just when Yu Liangqi was about to kill all the Suanya Palace disciples controlled by Lu Chen, he suddenly found that a disciple in the distance turned red all over, and Yu Liangqi immediately felt bad. Not good. They are going to self-destruct. As soon as Yu Liangqi finished speaking, the Suanya Palace disciples directly self-destructed one by one, and a rumbling sound instantly sounded in the Xianzhou barrier, and the formation inside the Xianzhou was blown up for a while. Although the Xianzhou barrier is very strong, the formation inside is not so stable. It only needs to slightly disturb the formation, and the Xianzhou barrier will disappear. Lu Chen controlled so many Tianren realm cultivators to self-destruct at once, so the formation inside the immortal boat naturally couldn't withstand it, and soon the immortal boat's barrier was looming. Seeing this scene, Su Hanyan no longer held back and immediately urged the sword energy. Heaven and Earth Sky Slash. A huge lightsaber fell from the sky and chopped directly at the immortal boat. Before Yu Liangqi and the others could react, they were crushed into slag by Su Hanyan's sword energy. After the sword energy raged, the situation of the immortal boat also came into view. No one on the immortal boat was spared, and the immortal boat was also crushed into countless pieces by the sword energy. Lu Chen changed his shape and appeared in front of a piece of immortal boat fragments. He looked at the materials used to make the immortal boat and said to himself, "These are some good things." Su Hanyan also came to the wreckage of the immortal boat at this time. Seeing the materials of the immortal boat scattered all over the ground, she was also a little moved. In this low-level world, the materials for making immortal boats are naturally particularly precious. If she could get these immortal boat materials, she might not need to rely on Lu Chen anymore, and she could build a smaller immortal boat by herself, and then she could leave the Tianchen world. Thinking of this, Su Hanyan said, "Your Majesty, the immortal boat has been damaged and is of no use. Why not give these wreckages to our Mixian sect?" Hearing Su Hanyan's words, Lu Chen turned his head and glanced at Su Hanyan, then smiled and said, "Master Su, you have a lot of calculations. Although this immortal boat has been damaged, these materials for making immortal boats are treasures. If the immortal boat materials are given to your Mixian sect, wouldn't you be able to build an immortal boat?" Seeing that Lu Chen saw through her thoughts at a glance, Su Hanyan sighed in her heart. This man really can read minds. He knows everything she thinks. There is no privacy at all. At this time, she thought of the mental control that Lu Chen had just performed, and she was more convinced of her guess. Lu Chen has the ability to control people's hearts, so it is normal for him to be able to see through people's thoughts. At this moment, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the wreckage of the immortal boat disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, Su Hanyan was slightly stunned. Spatial means? Lu Chen has such a large space container? The wreckage of the immortal boat is so large, and Lu Chen can easily collect all the wreckage of the immortal boat. However, considering that Lu Chen has a fairy boat with a spirit like Fiheng Xianzhou, it is not surprising that he has such a large space container. What Su Hanyan didn't know was that Lu Chen was not using a space container, but a sub-world. The sub-world that he and Chu Yukin had nurtured together has become larger and larger. He and Chu Yukin can put things into the sub-world, and both have the right to control the sub-world. After collecting the wreckage of the immortal boat, Lu Chen came behind Su Hanyan and put his arm around her waist. "Master Su has helped me so much. How do you think I should repay Master Su?" After feeling Lu Chen's growing enthusiasm, Su Hanyan hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. It's my responsibility as a cultivator in the Tianchen world to resist invaders." "Your Majesty, you don't need to thank me." "Thank you?" How could she not know what Lu Chen's thanks were? Lu Chen said, "No, you have made a contribution, and I must give you a reward. If I don't give you a reward, it will chill the hearts of cultivators all over the world. Who will take the initiative to make contributions in the future?" Su Hanyan then said, "Your Majesty, I." Before Su Hanyan finished speaking, her eyes went dark. When the light appeared again, she had been pressed down by Lu Chen on the dragon bed in the Black Dragon City Palace. Chapter 710 I don't think the demon cultivator is as powerful as me. After dealing with the intruders in Suanya Palace, Lu Chen rewarded Su Hanyan, a great hero, for half a month, and fed Su Hanyan until she was full before letting her leave the palace. Now that the first batch of intruders in Suanya Palace have been dealt with, the next thing to worry about is the matter of the cultivation world next door. This book was first published on 69 Book Bar 69, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters. Black Dragon City, Royal Palace. In the early morning, Lu Chen, wearing a black gold dragon robe, came to the palace where Yunxian lived with a refreshed face. Yunxian's palace was destroyed half a month ago. Later, Lu Chen changed her palace to another one. Now the place where Yunxian lives is quieter. When Lu Chen stepped into the courtyard where Yunxian was, he felt an aura of peace and tranquility. The towering palace walls surrounding the courtyard isolate the hustle and bustle of the outside world, leaving only the faint fragrance of flowers and the occasional chirping of birds in the courtyard. In the center of the yard is an exquisite rockery with rugged rocks. Under the rockery, a pool of clear water flows quietly, with a few pink lotus petals floating on the water, gently swaying in the breeze. Occasionally, a goldfish jumps out of the water and dances excitedly. There are ripples and circles. All around, the green bamboo forest swayed gently, making a rustling sound. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the pavilion in the middle of the courtyard. Yun Xianxian was sitting in the middle of the pavilion, meditating and practicing. Even though Yun Xianxian had already felt Lu Chen's arrival, she did not open her eyes and continued to practice her own. Seeing that the cold and beautiful fairy ignored him, Lu Chen smiled faintly, then slowly walked into the pavilion and sat down next to Yun Xianxian. Yun Xianxian said coldly at this time, "I am very curious, do you really want to rely on women to achieve greatness? You lie on a woman's belly for half a month at all times and don't practice at all. Now you are even more like a demon cultivator than those demon cultivators." Hearing Yun Xianxian's words, Lu Chen laughed out loud, "Are you jealous, madam?" Yun Xianxian ignored Lu Chen's words. She was so jealous. There were so many women in this trader's harem, and he would spend 10.5 days doing that kind of thing with those women. If she was jealous, she would either die of acid or be raped. "I'm so jealous." She just felt that Lu Chen's training method was a bit unreliable. Although the practice of Dragon and Phoenix Yin Yang Kung Fu was good, it was a dual training method for men and women after all. Even if he is a demon cultivator, he will not rely entirely on the dual cultivation techniques of men and women. But Lu Chen is different. He only improves his cultivation through this kind of technique. She wondered if Lu Chen really became emperor one day, whether he would be titled Artillery Emperor or Seed Emperor. Seeing that Yun Xianxian didn't speak, Lu Chen moved his position directly, next to Yun Xianxian's body, and then stretched out his magic palm to wrap around Yun Xianxian's waist. Seeing Lu Chen moving, Yun Xianxian opened her eyes. She turned to look at Lu Chen, her purple eyes staring straight into Lu Chen's eyes, seemingly speechless. This guy had only tormented Su Hanyan for half a month, and now he came to her to do something with her again. She really doubted whether he was some kind of animal in his previous life. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I don't think the demon cultivators are as powerful as me." Yun Xianxian was even more speechless. This traitor actually felt very proud. Forget it, she didn't bother to talk about this guy now. He had nothing to say to this kind of master-chasing rebel. He even suppressed his own master. There was no difference between this kind of villain and a demon cultivator. He couldn't listen to anything he said. At this time, Lu Chen just hugged Yun Xianxian's body and did not mess around. He continued, "Master, your puppetry is more powerful than mine. Can you help me with the remains of Swanya Palace's ferry boat? Make a life-size puppet." Hearing this, Yun Xianxian asked curiously, "What do you do with making puppets?" Lu Chen said, "I want to control the puppet to go to the cultivation world next door to find out about the situation in that cultivation world, and then I can think of a way to deal with it in advance." Although the world of cultivation next door may not have many monks in the realm of spiritual transformation, it is a world of cultivation after all, and it is still very different from the world of Tianchen. The spiritual energy of Tianchen world has only just recovered, and most of the authentic monks are from other worlds. The cultivation world next door has been developing for who knows how many years. Even if there are not many top experts, the overall strength is definitely stronger than that of Tianchen world. Lu Chen wanted to go to the next world to find out if they had any magic circle or magic weapon that could threaten the monks in the transformation of God realm. If there was such a thing, then they would have to be more careful. His cultivation level has not yet reached the state of transformation, and he cannot make a clone for the time being, so he plans to try using puppetry to go next door to see. However, the puppets he made are not as exquisite as those made by Yun Xianxian. Even if he has already perfected the elementary puppet technique, but he still can't compare to Unzhen in making puppets. It may be that a woman's mind is more delicate and her use of spiritual power is more clever, so the puppets she makes are more like real people. After hearing Lu Chen's plan, Yun Xianxian said directly, "Take out the materials you prepared." Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly took out the wreckage of the ferry boat. Most of the materials on the wreckage of the ferry boat were spiritual wood, and spiritual wood was an important material for making puppets. Yun Xianxian immediately released his spiritual power, took a piece of spiritual wood from the air, and then began to manipulate the spiritual power to shape it. Lu Chen did not disturb Yun Xianxian, but just watched from the sidelines. Soon a wooden man who looked almost exactly like Lu Chen appeared. Lu Chen then bit his finger, used his spiritual power to send a drop of blood to the puppet, and began to refine the puppet. At this time, I don't know if it was affected by Lu Chen's state of mind, the puppet's face changed a little, and it no longer looked like Lu Chen. Seeing this scene, Yun Xianxian immediately cast a spell again, and refined the puppet with Lu Chen, using magic to restore Lu Chen's appearance. After a while, Lu Chen's humanoid puppet was finally refined. The puppet was just like Lu Chen himself, completely restoring his body, and even the weapons on his body were restored. At this time, Lu Chen let go of Yun Xianxian, walked to his humanoid puppet, looked at it carefully, and said while admiring it, "Master's puppetry is indeed exquisite." Yun Xianxian reminded at this time, the distance of controlling the puppet is limited. I'm afraid it's not that easy to control the puppet in this world to find out about another world. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. Indeed, puppets are different from clones. Clone can go wherever they want, and can even be completely out of the control of the main body. For example, Lu Qingkai's clone is now out of the control of the main body. Puppetry requires someone to control it all the time, and the control distance is related to the person's cultivation. With Lu Chen's yin-yang realm cultivation, he may not be able to control the puppet to go to another world. Thinking of this, Lu Chen sighed slightly. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Forget it, let's try it first. Then he will stick to the intersection of the two worlds to control the puppet. In this way, even if he is limited by the distance, he can enter that world to get some information. Chapter 711, First Exploration of the Xiang World. After completing the puppet training, Lu Chen went directly to the place where the two worlds met. At this time, there were more than a dozen huge ferry boats floating on the vast sea, and there were some floating islands on the sea. Seeing Lu Chen's ferry boat appearing on the sea, the elders responsible for guarding the cracks in the boundary wall and Daxia's generals immediately came forward. "Come and greet. Greetings to your majesty, long live your majesty." Lu Chen said calmly, "No courtesy." After Lu Chen finished speaking, Wei Jixing, the great elder of the 10,000 Immortals sect, immediately came to Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied, "I just came here to take a look. You don't have to pay too much attention. You can all go back and do your own thing." Hearing this, all the elders from other forces except Wei Jixing dispersed. After all, Wei Jixing was the main person in charge of guarding the boundary wall. When the Emperor Lu Chen came, he naturally had to be with him. This book was first published on 69 Book Bar to provide you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters. Lu Chen then came to the crack in the boundary wall, glanced at the rock that broke into the world of Tianchen, and asked, "There shouldn't be anything unusual in the crack, right?" Wei Jixing replied, "Your Majesty, no, I don't know if the people in the opposite world haven't discovered this crack yet. Since we came here, there hasn't been any spiritual power fluctuation in the crack." Lu Chen said, "The opposite side is the world of cultivation. Logically speaking, they can't be unaware of such a huge change. Maybe they don't know that they are bumping into a lower world, so they don't dare to send people to investigate rashly." Wei Jixing echoed, "Your Majesty is right." Lu Chen looked at the crack and fell into deep thought. If he sent the puppet to the opposite side, and if there was someone guarding the crack, wouldn't it just hit him? The fact that the other side did not send anyone to test the situation here proves that the other side is still a little wary of the Tianquan world. Once the other side finds out that the person they sent there is just a puppet, they will probably think that the world here is nothing more than this, and it will attract more people. People enter this world. Thinking of this, Lu Chen hesitated a little, wondering whether he should send the puppet over. After a while, Lu Chen convinced himself in his heart that if he never inquired about the situation on the other side, he would only be able to remain in this stalemate. It was just a puppet anyway. He didn't believe that the other party could see anything through a puppet. Thinking of this, Lu Chen took out the puppet directly. Wei Jixing was stunned when he saw a person who looked exactly like Lu Chen appearing next to Lu Chen. However, he soon discovered that this person only had a slight fluctuation in spiritual power, which was completely incomparable to the aura on Lu Chen's body. Compare. But Wei Jixing still misunderstood. He thought the person next to Lu Chen was Lu Chen's clone. After all, the two looked exactly the same. This made Wei Jixing feel a little shocked. He didn't expect that their majesty could already create clones before he reached the state of transformation into gods. Under Wei Jixing's eyes, Lu Chen directly sent the puppet into the crack, and then used the puppet technique to share the field of vision through the puppet. After the puppet entered the crack, Lu Chen's eyes were completely white and he couldn't see anything. After a while, the puppet's vision became clear. At the foot of the puppet, there is a continuous mountain, and the huge rock that crashed into Tianquan world is one of the peaks on the mountain. There is an endless forest on the mountain, and it is extremely quiet. There seems to be nothing around except plants. Lu Chen tried to sense the surrounding situation through the puppet, but found that the puppet could not release much spiritual power. After all, it was only an elementary puppet technique. Lu Chen frowned. In this state, he could only use his eyes to explore the world. No matter what, he found the person first, then he controlled the puppet and walked down the mountain. As a result, just after taking a few steps, Lu Chen found that he could not control the puppet to move forward. How far is this distance? Lu Chen then tried a few more times, but it still didn't work. It seemed that he could only control the puppet to go so far. Lu Chen then asked the system, I was able to control puppets across several counties in the Tianquan world, why can't I do it now? After Lu Chen finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. Although the two worlds seem to have collided, because the two worlds have not merged and the laws of the two worlds are different, the distance to control the puppet is also limited by the law. The host needs a higher level of puppetry to be able to control the puppet to go further. So, his plan to control the puppet to explore that world failed? At this time, a line of small words appeared in front of Lu Chen's eyes. Purple Sun World. This should be the name of this world, but there is only one name. Apart from the name, Lu Chen still doesn't understand the situation of this world. Forget it, let's just send someone over. Thinking of this, Lu Chen took back his puppet. He always felt that the situation in that world was a bit strange. Such a big mountain was surrounded by woods and there were no animals or insects. It was like a dead place. No wonder Xiang world hasn't sent anyone over since the two worlds collided. I'm afraid there's something wrong with that big mountain. Even if people from Xiang world know that the two worlds have collided, they don't dare to send people into that big mountain easily. After a short while, Lu Chen took back the puppet. Seeing that Lu Chen's puppet came back so quickly, Wei Jixing asked curiously, "Did your majesty encounter any enemy?" Lu Chen said lightly, "No, the place where they collided was a mountain. There seemed to be no life in the mountain except for plants. It was extremely quiet and a bit weird. I plan to send someone to investigate directly after a while." Speaking of this, Lu Chen then turned around and said, "Okay, Elder Wei, you continue to watch here, I will go back first." After the voice fell, Lu Chen and his puppet returned to the Fiheng Xianzhou. Wei Jixing bowed and said, "Farewell, Your Majesty." After Lu Chen returned to the Xianzhou, he returned to the Daxia Palace. He was a little depressed now. He thought he could control the puppet to find out the situation in that world, but there was nothing in the opposite mountain, and the puppet's control distance was also limited. Seeing that the situation of the mountain was not quite right, he did not dare to send people in directly. Forget it, it's just right to give myself more time to prepare. Anyway, it will take 100 years for the two worlds to merge together. In the evening, Daxia Yancheng Imperial Palace, Fenjiun Hall. At this time, Chu Yukan, Mu Zixuan, and Yellow Nanyang were still in the hall. Tonight, the three of them served Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen controlled Yellow Nanyang's waist, and while busy with his own things, he said to Chu Yukan beside him, "Aunt Chu, I controlled the puppet to explore the cultivation world next door today." Hearing this, Chu Yukan sat up, looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Have you met any cultivators from that world?" Lu Chen said, "No, the place in contact with the Tianchen world is a mountain, but there are no other living things in the mountain except plants." "Who? Aunt Chu, what do you think is in that mountain?" After the voice fell, Lu Chen began to exert force on Yellow Nanyang. Chu Yukan thought for a while, and then replied, "Is there something sealed under the mountain, causing animals and cultivators from that world to dare not approach?" Chapter 712, Absorbing the Luck of the Tianchen World. After hearing what Chu Yukan said, Lu Chen thought about it while exercising and felt that it made sense. That mountain was indeed a little weird. Even though he controlled the puppet to enter the mountain, the feeling conveyed through the puppet felt a little depressing. The key is that the puppet's perception is too single. Only he can know the specific situation in person. However, he is a cautious person, and he has no intention of going there until he is sure that the world is absolutely safe. At this time, Yellow Nanyang didn't dare to make too much noise at all, for fear of interrupting Lu Chen's thoughts, so she could only hum. However, at this time, Lu Chen suddenly became violent, and Yellow Nanyang finally couldn't help it and said, "Ah." Lu Chen said again, "I don't know what the strength of the thing sealed under that mountain is." Chu Yukan said, "How about sending someone over to investigate first?" Lu Chen turned Yellow Nanyang over so that she was facing him. After sinking down, he said, "I think so too, but not now. It will take at least 100 years for the two worlds to merge. If the two worlds are facing each other, no one has come to that world, so I plan to wait until the people from the Black Dragon Holy Land arrive. Yin Zhenjai is a strong person in the divine realm, and there are many strong people in the Black Dragon Holy Land. Even if there are any powerful characters in the Xiang world, it shouldn't be a big problem with the Black Dragon Holy Land." Seeing that Lu Chen had his own plans, Chu Yukan didn't say anything. At this moment, Yellow Nanyang suddenly rolled his eyes. Lu Chen let her go and looked at Mu Zixuan, who was in a daze. Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chen dumbfounded. She found that Lu Chen's ability to multitask was getting stronger and stronger. He was obviously doing this kind of thing, but he was still able to discuss issues with Chu Yukan normally. Seeing Mu Zixuan looking at him with a blushing face, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Zixuan, you are still watching. If you continue to watch, Nanyang will start to smoke." Mu Zixuan instantly understood what Lu Chen meant, and then she came to Lu Chen and lay down slowly. Chu Yukan continued at this time, "Chener, have you visited my sub-world recently? It seems that something has appeared in it." "Animals." Lu Chen said, "Look, the speed of time in the sub-world is different from our world. It won't be long before intelligent life appears in the sub-world. 1 year in the sub-world is equal to 1 day for Lu Chen and the others. In the past few years, the sub-world has been thousands of years old." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he and Mu Zixuan got into the mood and began to toss Mu Zixuan again. At this time, Chu Yukan continued to ask, I feel that my strength has increased rapidly recently, maybe it is related to the emergence of animal life in the sub-world. Lu Chen said, it does matter. The more animals and plants there are in the sub-world, the stronger the main body will be. Having said this, Lu Chen looked down at the charming Mu Zixuan and asked with a smile, does Zixuan also want to give birth to a child in the world? She has fully activated the Suan Gong. Mu Zixuan didn't answer and let Lu Chen do whatever he wanted. Chu Yukan asked, then how can Zixuan and the others be able to give birth to a child world? Mu Zixuan and the others are not talented enough and their strength grows slowly. If they can give birth to a sub-world and use the power of the sub-world, they can make up for their lack of talent. Lu Chen replied, to give birth to a child world, you need sufficient world luck. At least half of the luck of the lower world needs to be absorbed. Zixuan and the others are not able to give birth to a child world yet. Chu Yukan said, is the luck in Tianchen world okay? Hearing this question, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. After a while, he started to move again. At the same time, he asked the system in his heart, System, if my wife and concubines can absorb half of the luck of Tianchen world, can they give birth to a child? The world. The system immediately replied, yes. Hearing this answer, Lu Chen was instantly moved, and his movements became more fierce. Mu Zixuan said angrily, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please spare my life. As the surging spiritual power poured into Mu Zixuan's body, Lu Chen quickly calmed down. Then again, if Mu Zixuan really absorbed half of Tianchen world's luck, wouldn't Tianchen world be the same in the future? It would be extremely unlucky. Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked the system, if my wives and concubines absorb half of Tianchen world's luck, what might happen to Tianchen world? The system replied, there may be collisions with multiple worlds, but the luck of a world and the people in this world are bound to each other. Even if the luck is lost, it will be restored again. Lu Chen thought for a moment. He needed to become stronger now, and to become stronger he couldn't do without the help of the system. He used half of his luck to bet on the system's rewards. If he was lucky, he might be able to get good things. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to the system, how to absorb the world's luck. The system replied, becoming the master of this world, the host is already the master of Tianchen world. As long as the host is willing, he can absorb luck from this world at any time. At this time, Lu Chen lowered his head and glanced at Mu Zixuan, and then tried to feel the luck of the world. The next moment, Lu Chen discovered that there seemed to be some invisible golden clouds in the sky. Is this luck? When this question arose in Lu Chen's mind, the system prompt sounded, yes. But this is the national destiny of the Great Xia Dynasty, and the destiny of the world is those white clouds further away. Lu Chen stopped and sensed it carefully. The next moment, his consciousness seemed to jump out of the Tianchen world. There was a round sphere below his consciousness, and white clouds were floating in the sphere. Is it the luck of the Tianchen world? The system prompt sounded again, yes. Lu Chen then tried to absorb the world's luck. With just a thought, the white clouds rushed to him. In a moment, more than half of the white clouds in the Tianchen world rushed into his body. Lu Chen sensed it carefully and found that these lucks had no effect. With so much luck entering his body, he didn't feel full, as if it didn't exist at all, which was very mysterious. At this time, the purple clouds on his head suddenly surged. Lu Chen reacted and realized that this should be the luck of the Tianchen world turning into his own luck. So it can be like this? Then can't the luck he lost when giving birth be made up in this way? At the same time, after Mu Zixuan found that Lu Chen did not move, she looked at Lu Chen with a pair of beautiful eyes. Although she had just begged for mercy, her original intention was not to let Lu Chen stop completely. After a while, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Mu Zixuan again. Lu Chen smiled and asked, Zixuan, help me breed a sub-world. Mu Zixuan didn't know what a sub-world was, but she knew that Lu Chen would not harm her. She twisted her body slightly and said Lu Chen did not hesitate anymore, leaned down and kissed Mu Zixuan's red lips, and began to devote himself to Mu Zixuan. Then he transformed the qi of the Tianchen world he absorbed into purple qi and madly infused it into Mu Zixuan's body. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly become so fierce, Yelunanyan on the side was still frightened, but fortunately his turn was over. Chapter 713 Mu Zixuan gives birth to a child in the world. The world's luck is very strong. After half a month of infusion, Lu Chen passed all the luck he absorbed to Mu Zixuan. However, Mu Zixuan now only has the conditions to give birth to a sub-world. If she wants to give birth to a sub-world, she still needs Lu Chen's efforts. In the next 6 months, Lu Chen's focus was on Mu Zixuan, which made Mu Zixuan miserable. She thought that giving birth to a sub-world was as easy as giving birth to a child, but she didn't expect that more than half a year had passed without any movement. At the same time, she felt that her body was becoming more and more plump. She didn't know if it was caused by Lu Chen's daily infusion of spiritual power. She was exercising every day, but her body was becoming more and more sensual. Fenjiun Hall. Mu Zixuan, wearing a red long skirt and a graceful look, was half lying on the big bed. According to her experience in the past 6 months, Lu Chen should come to Fenjiun Hall again tonight. At this moment, the sun outside was gradually setting, and the red glow shone into the hall. At this moment, a long figure appeared in the middle of the hall. They are an old couple, and both parties know what to do next. Now, there is probably only one good news for her, that is, she has conceived a sub-world, and Lu Chen can stop thinking about her. After Mu Zixuan rested for a while, Lu Chen hugged Mu Zixuan's body and turned over, letting her lie on his chest, and then put his big hands around her shoulders. Lu Chen also felt sorry for Mu Zixuan. Every time he practiced, he couldn't control himself, especially when Mu Zixuan was practicing Suan Gong. Congratulations to the host and his wife for conceiving a sub-world, and rewarded with saint-level puppetry. Hearing this, Lu Chen, who was in action, instantly became excited, and the whole person became more energetic and fierce. The system replied, creating a sub-world is similar to conceiving an offspring. The higher the host's cultivation, the less likely it is to conceive a sub-world. The host still needs to work harder. After seeing clearly that it was Lu Chen, Mu Zixuan's expression was a little complicated, with some expectation and some fear. Then she squeezed out a smile and slowly stood up. Especially after the matter was over, when the feeling had not yet dissipated, I felt light when I walked, and even the rejuvenation hand could not eliminate this feeling. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Close your eyes and feel it carefully, and soon you will be able to feel the sub-world." Just as Lu Chen thought so, a spiritual power poured into Mu Zixuan's body. Just when Mu Zixuan was distracted, Lu Chen's claws entered Mu Zixuan's dress. Mu Zixuan blushed slightly, looked at Lu Chen affectionately, and did not ask any more questions. Lu Chen smiled and walked in front of Mu Zixuan, holding her jade arm and said, "You come again, we are an old couple." But Lu Chen still knew his own strength. Even Yun Xianxian and Su Hanyan could not withstand his bombardment. How could Mu Zixuan, a cultivator who had just become a celestial being, be his opponent? "Zixuan, I have good news for you." After watching for a while, Mu Zixuan shifted her attention back. Lu Chen then continued, "The sub-world is still in the state of a seed. There is no life at the beginning. After a while, when the sub-world is completely nurtured, the life of the sub-world will be generated by itself. At most 10 years, there should be intelligent life in the sub-world, such as humans. But that world is still in chaos, as if there is nothing. Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Mu Zixuan said, "This is what I should do." Seeing that Mu Zixuan was so excited before he even said what the good news was, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Well, I'm pregnant." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan, who was resting, was startled and realized something in an instant. Mu Zixuan quickly closed her eyes, trying to control her restless heart and calm herself down quickly. After a while, Mu Zixuan really found a magical space in her inner world. Mu Zixuan opened her mouth slightly, her chest kept rising and falling, and she kept taking deep breaths. Then Mu Zixuan used her spiritual power to sense her own situation, and found that there seemed to be nothing special about her body except that her lower abdomen was a little bulging. Even if she was pregnant with a subworld, she could still have sex, but she was pregnant after all. Lu Chen had so many wives and concubines, so there was no need to bully her alone. Mu Zixuan thought to herself, that is the subworld? As soon as the voice fell, before Mu Zixuan could say anything, Lu Chen hugged her plump body and pressed her directly on the soft couch. Lu Chen also knew that Mu Zixuan could not bear it. Although in the past 6 months, Mu Zixuan may have been affected by her luck and her realm has been improved to the 2nd level of the heavenly realm. Just when Mu Zixuan thought so, Lu Chen smiled evilly and said, "My wife, pregnant with a subworld is different from pregnant with offspring. Even if you are pregnant with a subworld, I can still have sex with you." As the spiritual power entered Mu Zixuan's body, Lu Chen did not continue to torment Mu Zixuan. She was a little suspicious that Lu Chen was a little angry because she had not bred a subworld. Lu Chen had not been so fierce for a long time. She felt that her soul was about to leave her body. Mu Zixuan said, "I understand." As Lu Chen moved, he asked the system in his mind, "System, it has been more than half a year, why hasn't Mu Zixuan bred a subworld yet? Logically speaking, the conditions have been met, right?" Mu Zixuan asked nervously, Is she pregnant?" Hearing Lu Chen's answer, for some reason, Mu Zixuan's maternal instinct was aroused. She suddenly wanted to see her and Lu Chen's children all over the subworld, and countless people would call her mother in the future. "Your Majesty, spare my life." Mu Zixuan then asked, "Your Majesty, there doesn't seem to be anything strange about my body." Mu Zixuan trembled physically and mentally, but she quickly realized that Lu Chen was scaring her. Of course, both of them knew how to use the rejuvenation hand, and they never felt uncomfortable. The main reason why Mu Zixuan couldn't bear it was because the joy brought by cultivation would make her unconscious. Hearing Lu Chen's affirmative answer, Mu Zixuan was extremely happy in her heart, and her body couldn't help trembling with joy. Lu Chen smiled and replied, "That's right, but the children in the subworld are different from Feng'er and others. The children in the subworld have no blood relationship with us." Hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen sighed in his heart, "Well, then Mu Zixuan could only work harder." Mu Zixuan asked at this time, "Your Majesty, I heard from Sister Chu that all the people born in the subworld are considered the children of me and Your Majesty." After half a month, Lu Chen finally heard the cold prompt sound of the system in his ear. Mu Zixuan lay on the soft couch, her beautiful eyes staring at Lu Chen closely. Lu Chen gently stroked Mu Zixuan's jade face and said, "Zixuan, you have worked hard in the past 6 months." As Mu Zixuan's clothes disappeared, Lu Chen also sank down. Mu Zixuan said him lightly, and Lu Chen blocked Mu Zixuan's red lips with his mouth, and the two of them kissed each other. Mu Zixuan was greatly relieved. She was finally pregnant, and she could have a good rest next. Mu Zixuan immediately said, "I am Your Majesty's woman, and it is my blessing to serve Your Majesty." Seeing that Mu Zixuan was not scared, Lu Chen just smiled, then hugged her and turned her over again, turning her down. Chapter 714 Lu Chen and Number 039, S First Retreat. After having fun with Mu Zixuan for another day, Lu Chen finally let Mu Zixuan leave Fenjiun Palace. After Mu Zixuan left, Lu Chen soaked in the bath alone. At this time, the system interface was in front of him. Holy Puppet Technique, Holy Level Puppet Technique, a total of 4 levels. When you practice this puppet technique to perfection, the strength and perception of the puppet and the host can be 100% connected. You can control the puppet to go anywhere in the universe regardless of distance. After seeing the effect of the puppet technique, Lu Chen was startled. The first thing he thought of was to use puppets to explore the situation in the Xiang world. Originally, he was still thinking of waiting for the people from the Black Dragon Holy Land to arrive before exploring the Xiang world, but he didn't expect soon the system will reward the puppet technique that can ignore distance. But half of the Tianchen world's luck was exchanged for a saint-level puppet technique. Why did he feel that he was at a loss? By the way, he can get rewards for conceiving the subworld and giving birth to the subworld. The current reward in the system is only the reward for Mu Zixuan's pregnancy with the child world. When she gives birth to the child world, she will be able to get another reward. Mu Zixuan thought for a while and replied, "No, he didn't tell me anything." Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a little excited in his heart. He had consumed half of Tianchen world's luck, so he had to give himself something good. This time, in order to quickly master the puppetry technique to perfection, he planned to take the initiative to practice in seclusion. In Fenjiun Hall, "Ladies, look at me and I look at you." Yelu Nanyan said, "Why didn't your majesty even tell Sister Ziobai? Could it be that something really happened? Your majesty didn't want us to worry, so he didn't tell us." Nowadays, the industry of the Xia Dynasty has reached a certain level, and all aspects of the light bulbs produced have been improved. As the items used by the emperor, they are naturally even more luxurious. Lu Chen walked through the corridor of the underground palace and came to the underground Fenjiun Palace, and then said to the maid guarding Fenjiun Palace, "I want to practice in seclusion. If there is nothing important, no one is allowed to disturb me." Since the system upgrade, he has been unable to practice with women. The system's explanation is that the speed of improvement through women is not as fast as his own practice. Bai Qingqing shook her head and said, "I don't know either." Chu Yuqin thought that Lu Chen was the son of the emperor after all. Before his reincarnation, he was a cultivator who didn't care about feelings and didn't touch women. Now he was just in seclusion. There was no need for them to be so nervous. He remembered that when Chu Yuqin was pregnant with Zija last time, she was rewarded with the phaseless sand needed to repair Tianchen world. Compared with the holy puppet technique, phaseless sand was nothing at all. Chu Yuqin said, "I don't know either, Chener went to the underground Fenjiun Palace without telling me." After hearing Lu Chen's words, the maid was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and said, Yes, your majesty. Mu Zixuan got such a good reward when she was pregnant with Zishija. Will she get even better rewards when Mu Zixuan gives birth to Zishija? His Majesty wants to go into seclusion. This is huge news. No one in the palace knows what kind of person Lu Chen is, and now he actually says he wants to go into seclusion. Xiao Wenyao answered from the side and said, "I can't say for sure. I heard that monks with higher cultivation levels often go into seclusion for 100 years. Did the sun rise from the west today?" Having said this, the girls looked at me again and I looked at you. Chu Yuqin then looked at Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was Lu Chen's personal maid. She must know something. Since absorbing half of Tianchen world's luck, the monks in Tianchen world have become more unlucky than the last. The probability of the monks failing to break through has become very high, but it does not have much impact on ordinary people. Mu Zixuan asked, "Sister Chu, why did your majesty suddenly want to go into seclusion? Did something happen?" Wang Qingkai thought that Lu Chen had not been to her place for a long time. Although she knew that it was not her fault, it was just that it was not her turn yet, but it was about to be her turn. But Lu Chen. I went to retreat. How can I live without Lu Chen? Lu Chen closed the system interface at this time, took a quick shower, and then came to an underground palace in the palace. Chu Yuqin thought about Lu Chen's identity for a moment, and then said, let's not think too much. Maybe Chen just wants to go into seclusion, and there should be nothing wrong with her. After all, Lu Chen was a person who never practiced in seclusion in the past. His way of cultivation was to cultivate with his wives and concubines. This sudden seclusion caught everyone off guard. Chu Qingli said, if he really goes into seclusion for 100 years, what will we do? Lu Chen seriously suspected that Tianchen world made up for Tianchen world's own luck by absorbing the personal luck of those monks, which was why the monks in Tianchen world were now declining one by one. It seems that you were the last woman he saw before going into seclusion. Didn't he tell you about the seclusion? After hearing Chu Yukin's words, Wang Qingkai said, Sister Chu is saying, well, I just don't know how long it will take for your Majesty's retreat to end. The key is that he didn't say anything before going into seclusion, and he didn't ask the maid to tell them anything. It was impossible for them not to worry. Of course, this is just Lu Chen's guess, and he has no evidence. Hearing this, the girls showed worried looks on their faces. Zhou Yuyu also whispered, Your Majesty will not be in seclusion for 100 years. Lu Chen ignored the shocked eyes of the maids and walked straight into the Fenjiayun Palace. After the door of the Fenjiayun Palace was closed, he began to practice the saint-level puppetry. Soon, the news of Lu Chen's seclusion spread throughout the Yanqing Palace. When they heard that Lu Chen was going to seclude himself, Lu Chen's wives and concubines were all stunned, and soon they all gathered together. Sister Bai, you should know why Chen is in seclusion, right? The palace has been renovated over the years, and there is already a huge palace below. The main function of these palaces is to provide his wives, concubines, or children with seclusion. When Lu Chen entered the underground palace, the maids in the underground palace looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Their Majesty actually took the initiative to come to the underground palace today? What did His Majesty do in the underground palace? Was he going to do that kind of thing with a concubine? But the concubine didn't come up, so he came down to find someone in person and planned to have fun directly in the underground palace? Lu Chen's wives and children used it more often, but he himself had never used it once. His previous cultivation method was to gain cultivation through women, and there was no need for seclusion to cultivate. The underground palace was similar to the one above, magnificent and bright, and the lights inside were very bright, not dim at all. Seeing the worried expressions of Lu Chen's wives and concubines, Chu Yukin was a little speechless. Lu Chen had just started seclusion, and they were all wondering when Lu Chen would end his seclusion. Usually they were not active. Every time they were in bed for a short time, they would start begging for mercy. Now they began to worry that Lu Chen would stay in seclusion for too long. Chapter 715 If you miss me so much, why don't you come over? This book was first published in Bookbar. Providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. The news of Lu Chen's retreat spread like wildfire, and soon not only the people in the Black Dragon City Palace knew about it, but also the people of the entire Great Xia Dynasty. An emperor who had never been in seclusion suddenly chose to do so. People's first reaction was whether there was something wrong with Emperor Xia's body. Of course, even with such an idea, most forces did not dare to act rashly. After all, Emperor Xia had not lost a battle so far. After Lu Chen's wives and concubines in the Black Dragon City Palace knew that Lu Chen was in seclusion, they immediately came to the Yanqing Palace to inquire about Lu Chen's situation. Seeing that Chu Yukin and the others did not know why Lu Chen was in seclusion, Wu Junwan and others were also a little worried. They suspected that Lu Chen was injured when fighting the invaders, otherwise how could he, who had never been in seclusion, choose to do so? Lu Chen didn't know what was going on outside, and he put all his thoughts on cultivation. He had been in seclusion for 3 months, and seeing that Lu Chen hadn't come out for 3 months, the girls became even more worried. Of course, there were some who were not worried. Chu Yukin and Yun Xianxian were not that worried. They both knew that Lu Chen's identity was quite special. It was normal for him to be in seclusion for 10 or 100 years in the world of cultivation. In their opinion, Lu Chen might have chosen to be in seclusion because he had some insights. This was not only not a bad thing, but it might be a good thing. Maybe when Lu Chen came out of seclusion, his strength would be greatly improved. At the same time, at the crack in the boundary wall of the Tianchen world, a trace of black gas spread out from the crack where the two worlds collided. At this time, the elders of the Babian sect were patrolling the crack in the boundary wall with their disciples. Seeing the black gas in the crack, Li Xinghui immediately became alert. Everyone be careful. There is something going on. Although they didn't know what the black gas was, the black gas always gave people a very depressing feeling, and it was not a good thing at first glance. After hearing what Li Xinghui said, the disciples of the Babian sect immediately drew their swords and stared at the black gas one by one. Li Xinghui then said to the disciple beside him, "Immediately tell Elder Wei what happened here." Li Xinghui had just finished speaking, and the disciples beside him had not responded yet, and the black gas came straight towards them. Li Xinghui's face changed drastically in an instant. As the black gas approached, he seemed to feel the threat of death. "No, everyone get out of the way." Li Xinghui had a hunch that this black gas must not be touched, otherwise they would definitely die. However, even if he realized that there was something wrong with this black gas, they were ultimately unable to avoid it. The speed of the black gas was too fast. After a moment, Li Xinghui and those disciples were enveloped by the black gas. Then the black gas drilled into people's bodies from their 7 orifices, and the next moment their bodies showed a strange twisted posture. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. With Lu Chen's retreat, the power center of the Great Xia Dynasty began to gradually shift to Lu Chongfeng. Unlike the relationship between the emperor and the prince of the previous dynasties, even though Lu Chongfeng took over the entire Daxia and had supreme power in his hands, he never thought of taking Daxia away from Lu Chen. He put himself into the role of helping Lu Chen manage Daxia, and he did not think that he was the emperor now. Perhaps because of education, although some of Lu Chen's children were eager for power, they did not compete with Lu Chongfeng for power. The children got along well with each other. They were taught that harmony is the most important thing for a family. In addition, they grew up together and were influenced by Lu Chen. Except that some princes were more lustful, they did not have too many shortcomings. The lust of the princes was inevitable. After all, Lu Chen himself was lustful. Fortunately, Lu Chongfeng, the prince, was still a ruler who was dedicated to his career, and the lust of other princes would not have much impact on Daxia. A lot of things happened during this year, especially in Black Dragon County, where those monks seemed to become a little restless. Many forces did not participate in the annual cultivator conference. Perhaps in their opinion, Emperor Xia might have been seriously injured, and Lu Chongfeng was just a little brat who was not qualified to lead them. Or there might be other reasons. Lu Chongfeng had no good way to deal with the cultivators in Black Dragon County. His father did not tell him anything when he was in seclusion. He could only deal with the problems of the cultivators according to his own ideas. The main reason was that he was not strong enough, so he could not be tough. Fortunately, Su Hanyan, the aunt, supported him at the cultivator conference. Otherwise, it was not certain whether the cultivator conference he presided over could be held. Yanchinj Palace, Fenjiun Hall. Another day passed, and Musician and other wives and concubines sat in Fenjiun Hall waiting for Lu Chen to come out of seclusion. But it seemed that Lu Chen would not come out of seclusion today. After not seeing Lu Chen for a year, the women missed him very much. At this time, Wang Qingkai sighed and said, "I'm afraid your majesty will not come out today. Sisters and sisters, I will go back first." Having said this, Wang Qingkai slowly stood up and left Fenjiun Hall directly. After Wang Qingkai left, Xia Wenyao and Yellow Nanyan also left, leaving only Chen Wanrong, Lin Wanyun and Musician in the entire hall. Chen Wanrong had just returned from Suanya Palace, so she was in no hurry to leave. At the same time, inside the underground palace of Wind and Cloud, Lu Chen opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt a stink all over his body. This was his first time in seclusion, and it was also the first time since his marriage that he had not touched women for such a long time. When he thought of his wives and concubines who were waiting to be fed, Lu Chen became restless. At this time, he was using his spiritual power and felt the holy puppet technique. The holy level cultivation technique is indeed a holy level cultivation technique. After practicing for a year, he has only reached the second level, but the second level is enough. Now the puppet he created can withstand some of his power. At this time, Lu Chen took out the puppet made by Yun Xian, and then used the puppet technique to control it. The puppet had the strength of the first level of the creation realm, and its perception ability was okay. Lu Chen put away the puppet with satisfaction, got up from the ground, and then sensed the situation in the entire palace. Sensing the presence of 3 women in Fenjiayun Hall, Lu Chen's lips slightly raised, and he appeared in Fenjiayun Hall in a different form. Seeing Lu Chen, Mu Zixuan, and Chen Wanrong with long beards, Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment. Then Mu Zixuan reacted and said excitedly, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, you are finally out of seclusion." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Zixuan, if you have anything to do, we'll talk about it later. I'll take a shower first." Having said this, Lu Chen entered the bathroom next to Fenjiayun Palace. The maid in the bathroom immediately brought tools to help Lu Chen deal with his beard and take a bath. When Lu Chen returned to Fenjiayun Palace again, he returned to his original handsome appearance. However, Lu Chen didn't have any clothes on him. Seeing Lu Chen's fiery state, the 3 women's faces turned slightly red. Lu Chen smiled and said, "3 ladies, we haven't seen each other for a year. Have you missed me?" Mu Zixuan said without hesitation, "I think I miss your Majesty every night." Lu Chen said, "Oh? I don't think you have thought about it. If you miss me so much, why don't you come over?" Lu Chen had already said this and was still hesitating. Then the 3 women and Lu Chen came to the bed in Fenjiayun Palace. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 716 Why does Master look unhappy? The news of Lu Chen's release soon spread throughout the palace, and the girls immediately regretted leaving Fenjiayun Hall. After receiving the news, they returned to Fenjiayun Hall as soon as possible. But when they returned to Fenjiayun Palace, they found that Lu Chen was already busy at work. The cold and beautiful Chen Wanrong had completely turned into Lu Chen's vessel, looking at Chen Wanrong crying and screaming. The girls seemed relieved, but they were actually a little worried. They were worried that Lu Chen would become a different person after he came out of seclusion, and that he might not care so much about women in the future. Now it seems that they are worrying too much. Your Majesty is still the same Majesty. Due to caching reasons, please visit the website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter updates. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at the wives and concubines watching the theater at the door, and said with a smile, "Don't leave any of them today, come all over to me." This. Girls, look at me and I'll look at you. Although they can accept this kind of thing, there are just too many people. According to Lu Chen's ability to start with half a month, wouldn't it take a lot of time? Of course, Lu Chen had no such plan. He just wanted to ease their feelings of missing him first. After all, they couldn't bear it after not seeing each other for a year. At this time, Wang Qingkai ran to Lu Chen's side without saying a word, "Your Majesty, you are finally out of seclusion. I want you to die." Seeing Wang Qingkai taking such initiative, he immediately showed a coquettish look. Yelu Nanyan and the others simply stopped pretending and surrounded him directly. After 2 days of comfort, Lu Chen's wives and concubines longing for him had been greatly relieved, but Yun Xianxian and Chu Yukan were not among them. Neither of the two girls attended this grand event. Chu Yukin was not so open-minded after she recovered the memory of her previous life, while Yun Xianxian hated sharing Lu Chen with others. Yungxian couldn't stand the use of dirty things here and there. She was a misophobic person and she preferred to have them all to herself. After Lu Chen's wives and concubines left Fenjiun Hall one by one, only Mu Zixuan and Bai Qingqing were left in Fenjiun Hall. Lu Chen hugged the two girls and said, "Tell me if anything big happened in Tianchen World this year." The two women then told Lu Chen some things that happened in Tianchen World. After listening to what they said, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. After a while, Lu Chen said, "Feng'er has really grown up and can stand on his own. I didn't expect that. I had just been in seclusion for a year, and so many things happened in Tianchen World. Some people are really unable to calm down. It seems that they need to be loosened." Lu Chen then continued to comfort Mu Zixuan and Bai Qingqing, and after taking a bath, he came to Yun Xiangxian's palace. There was a cold air in Yun Xiangxian's palace, and there were ice cubes everywhere. All the maids in Yun Xiangxian's palace were wearing cotton clothes, but even so, they were shivering from the cold. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly appearing behind the main hall, the maids quickly saluted and said, "Greetings to your majesty, long live your majesty." Lu Chen nodded lightly and said calmly, "Get up." After the words fell, Lu Chen looked towards Yun Xiangxian's soft couch. At this time, Yun Xianxian closed her eyes, as if she didn't see him at all. But it was obvious that Yun Xianxian must have known that he was coming, and she was pretending not to see him. Lu Chen smiled slightly and immediately came to Yun Xiangxian's soft couch, then stretched out his hand to hold Yun Xiangxian's jade hand. "Why does master look a little unhappy?" Yun Xianxian still didn't open her eyes. She said with a cold face, "This is your illusion." Seeing the cold and ascetic look of the fairy, Lu Chen was a little moved for a moment. He was too lazy to say anything more and directly put Yun Xianxian down, and then kissed Yun Xiangxian's mouth. Yun Xianxian finally opened her eyes at this time, and she struggled slightly. She originally thought that Lu Chen would take his time, but as soon as he came up, he started to move. After Lu Chen kissed for a while, he felt that it was almost the same, and he directly entered the state with Yun Xianxian. After being fucked like this by Lu Chen, Yun Xianxian and the cold fairy disappeared in an instant. Yun Xianxian was a little emotional. This traitor was really her nemesis and she would not let her pretend at all. Lu Chen said while moving at this time, "Master really misses me. My body is ready for me before I come." Yun Xianxian glared at Lu Chen angrily and said nothing. Lu Chen stopped teasing Yun Xianxian and asked with a smile, "Master, will you go to Black Dragon County again during this time?" Yun Xianxian replied, "Go, go, I just came back." Lu Chen said, "I heard from Zixuan and Xiaobai that the situation in Heilong County seems a bit pessimistic." "Phew." Yun Xianxian said, "There are many forces, they seem to want to overthrow your rule, be gentle." Lu Chen said, "I just retreated, and they thought I was seriously injured. They really dare to think so." Yun Xianxian said, "Maybe, it's not just because of this reason. I feel that there are more demonic cultivators in Black Dragon County. Stopped." Yun Xiangxian's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Chen, and her delicate body couldn't help but twist slightly. Lu Chen smiled and continued, "What happened to them?" Yun Xianxian said, "They may have demon cultivators instigating them behind their backs." Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, "If it is a demon cultivator, then it is easy to deal with, but I don't know how strong the people behind them are. Since they have the intention to rebel, it means that the people who instigated them are very strong." Yun Xianxian said, "To you, they are not a threat." Lu Chen said, "Although there is no threat, it is disgusting. This is my first time in seclusion and someone jumped out to make trouble. If I often go into seclusion in the future, won't someone jump out to make trouble every time? This time, we have to find the person behind the scenes and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. You, ouch! Yun Xianxian was about to say something, but Lu Chen suddenly got angry and stopped discussing the issue of Black Dragon County, and put all his energy on Yun Xianxian. Yun Xianxian no longer maintained a cold state, and then used the Suangong to cooperate with Lu Chen. Anyway, she is already the woman of this traitor, and there is nothing to pretend in front of him, just let go of herself. A day later, Lu Chen left Yun Xiangxian's palace and went to Chu Yukin's room. Chu Yukin had long realized that Lu Chen would come. She was already sitting on the bed, waiting for Lu Chen's arrival. After seeing Lu Chen, Chu Yukin asked, "Chener, are you in seclusion to practice some kind of martial arts?" Lu Chen came to the bedside in a flash, sat on the bedside and hugged Chu Yukin's plump body, and replied with a smile, "Aunt Chu knows me best, and she guessed why I was in seclusion at once." Chu Yukin smiled and said nothing more. Lu Chen no longer hesitated, kissed the beautiful woman's mouth directly, and then slowly laid her on the couch. Although Lu Chen put his mind on women after his seclusion, Lu Chen did not think he was so licentious. He had so many wives and concubines, and he had to satisfy them. They haven't seen him for such a long time, and they have accumulated so much longing in their hearts that they need to release it. So this is not being dissolute, but rather a responsible behavior on his part. There is probably no other man in the universe as responsible as him. Chapter 717, Sect Master Su, are you ready to accept punishment? Chapter 717, Sect Master Su, are you ready to be punished? After playing with Chu Yukin on the couch for 2 days, Lu Chen went to Black Dragon County. He has another woman in Black Dragon County. He hasn't seen her for a year. She doesn't know how much she misses him. And she helped Lu Changfeng a lot in this year's Cultivator Conference. As Lu Changfeng's father, he should naturally thank her. SX. Since you want to thank, you have to take practical actions to thank. At this moment, in the bamboo house in the back mountain of the Mixian sect, Su Hanyan suddenly felt a chill coming, and she couldn't help sneezing. Su Hanyan frowned slightly. She was a cultivator in the 10,000 laws realm, and she would sneeze? Then, Su Hanyan said coldly to the air, "Come out." As soon as Su Hanyan finished speaking, a black mist appeared outside Su Hanyan's bamboo house, and then a figure walked out of the black mist. Master Su is indeed a cultivator of the Wanfa realm. I sensed my presence as soon as I arrived. Su Hanyan looked at the old man in front of him, chuckled and said, "No wonder Master Li was able to kill the previous master of the Babian sect and control the Babian sect. It turns out that he became a demon cultivator." Li Xinghui said indifferently, "So what if he became a demon cultivator? Whether it's a demon cultivator or a righteous sect, they are all cultivators, and they all strive for immortality. Moreover, there is no difference between what the so-called righteous sect and demon cultivators do." Su Hanyan said coldly, "Master Li, did you come to me today to tell me these things?" Li Xinghui smiled and said, "Of course not. I have brought good news to Master Su today." Su Hanyan said indifferently, "I don't think a demon cultivator can bring me any good news." Li Xinghui said, "What if this news can help Master Su get rid of Emperor Xia's control?" Hearing this, Su Hanyan was stunned for a moment, and the expression on Su Hanyan's face was also seen by Li Xinghui. After Su Hanyan came back to her senses, she sneered and said, "Master Li, you must know the relationship between me and Emperor Xia, right? I am Emperor Xia's woman. Why are you here to sow discord between me and Emperor Xia?" Li Xinghui said, "The reason why Master Su became Emperor Xia's woman was that she was not as strong as Emperor Xia and was forced to do so. In addition, Emperor Xia had the immortal boat in his hands. Only by relying on Emperor Xia could Master Su leave the Tianchen world." In Li Xinghui's view, Su Hanyan was not really following Lu Chen. As long as there was a chance, Su Hanyan would definitely betray Lu Chen. After hearing what Li Xinghuai said, Su Hanyan fell into silence. She was indeed forced to become Lu Chen's woman. Seeing that Su Hanyan did not continue to speak, Li Xinghuai knew that his guess was correct, and then he continued, Emperor Xia has been in seclusion for a long time, and he must have been seriously injured. Now we just need to join forces to kill Emperor Xia and take the immortal boat from him. It will be easy to leave the Tianchen world at that time. Su Hanyan said lightly, if you really think that Emperor Xia is seriously injured, you can go to Emperor Xia directly, why do you need to win over me? From the aura you showed, you should have broken through the Wanfa realm. With your strength, are you afraid that you can't deal with the injured Emperor Xia? Li Xinghuai said, although I think Emperor Xia is seriously injured, no one knows what backup Emperor Xia has. If we can pull in Master Su, even if Emperor Xia really has a backup, we can easily deal with it. Hearing Li Xinghuai's words, Su Hanyan laughed. Li Xinghuai really made a good calculation. But then again, if Li Xinghuai had come to me before, I might have agreed to cooperate with her. After all, she didn't want to be Lu Chen's vessel. But now it's different. She knows Lu Chen's strength very well. If they really fight, Lu Chen's means will definitely be able to easily suppress them. Of course, this is not the main reason, not even the secondary reason. The real reason why she won't betray Lu Chen is because she has fallen in love with Lu Chen and can't leave him anymore. Although she always thinks that Lu Chen wants to train her to be a person who can stop the disaster, even if she has such an idea, she can't leave Lu Chen, especially after not seeing Lu Chen for a year. Her longing for Lu Chen is extremely strong, which makes her realize her feelings for Lu Chen. She has a love-hate relationship with Lu Chen, but even if she hates Lu Chen, a bad guy, she can't join forces with the demon cultivator to hurt Lu Chen. Of course, Su Hanyan did not intend to reject Li Xinghuai now. She immediately asked, Master Li should not just win over me, right? Li Xinghuai said, of course, half of the forces in Black Dragon County have chosen to cooperate with me. Emperor Xia's immortal boat is very large, and it can accommodate us to leave Tianchen world together. Su Hanyan continued to ask, when does Master Li plan to take action? Li Xinghuai said, as long as Master Su is willing to cooperate with me, we can attack Yancheng this month. Su Hanyan said, okay, I agree. Seeing that Su Hanyan agreed, Li Xinghuai's mouth corners slightly raised, and said with a smile, I know that Master Su will not yield to others. Su Hanyan said at this time, but I have another request. Li Xinghuai said, Master Su, please speak. Su Hanyan sneered, Emperor Xia has insulted me time and again, and used me as a tool to vent his anger. I have long wanted to cut him into pieces, so Emperor Xia's life must be ended by me. Li Xinghuai said, okay, no problem. Since the cooperation has been reached, I will leave first. I will hold a meeting in Babian sect in 3 days, and sect Master Su must be present. As soon as Li Xinghuai finished speaking, his body turned into a ball of black mist again and left the bamboo house. After Li Xinghuai left, Su Hanyan showed a disdainful expression on her face. She chuckled and said, you really don't know how to live or die. As soon as Su Hanyan finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded behind her, who doesn't know how to live or die? Su Hanyan trembled. This voice was too familiar, but she hadn't heard this voice for a year. After Su Hanyan came to her senses, she immediately turned around and found Lu Chen half lying on the soft couch in her bamboo house. Su Hanyan then asked, did you hear everything? Su Hanyan thought Lu Chen had come before, so he must have heard the conversation between her and Li Xinghuai. At this moment, she was a little nervous. She was afraid that Lu Chen would take her words seriously and really think that she and Li Xinghuai had joined forces. Lu Chen smiled and asked, what did you hear? I just got here. At this point, Lu Chen glanced at the entire bamboo house and continued, the demonic energy in this bamboo house is a bit heavy. It seems that a big demon has just come. I have only been in seclusion for a year, and Master So can't stand the loneliness and hooked up with a big demon. It really makes me feel cold. Su Hanyan hurriedly said, Your Majesty misunderstood, I. Before Su Hanyan finished speaking, Lu Chen suddenly raised his hand, used his spiritual power to lift Su Hanyan's body, and directly sucked her into his arms. Su Hanyan wanted to explain something, but Lu Chen didn't give her a chance. He said fiercely, Master Su, are you ready to be punished? Your Majesty, Before Su Hanyan finished her words, her lips were blocked, and then a ripping sound came from the bamboo house. Chapter 718 Then we will give them a surprise in 3 days. Lu Chen's movements were so fierce that Su Hanyan once thought that Lu Chen wanted to kill herself in this way. But Su Hanyan soon realized that this bastard Lu Chen was angry. He just found an excuse to do violence to her. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen finally spoke to Su Hanyan and said, Sect Master Su, I didn't expect that you would still feel so comfortable after not seeing me for a year. Su Hanyan snorted lightly, turned her head to one side, and said nothing. Seeing that Su Hanyan was a little moody, Lu Chen did not indulge her and directly strengthened her. Su Hanyan said quickly, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. I was wrong. Lu Chen continued to ask at this time, who came just now? Su Hanyan replied, By Bian Sex, Li Xinghuai. Lu Chen thought for a while, then continued while moving, I remember this person, phew, when did he become a demon cultivator? Su Hanyan said, A year ago, since he returned to the boundary wall defense line, after he came back, he killed the leader of the Bian sect and became Bian the sect leader. Lu Chen then asked, what is his current level of cultivation? Su Hanyan replied, the realm of 10,000 Dharma. Lu Chen thought about it for a moment. Being able to advance to the 10,000 Dharma realm in such a short period of time seemed like he was more than just a demon cultivator. Thinking about it this way, the person behind the current situation in Heilong County is most likely Li Xinghuai, but there are probably other people behind Li Xinghuai. Lu Chen looked at Su Hanyan at this time and continued to ask, why did he come to you? Lu Chen still had great confidence in his woman. He naturally didn't think that Su Hanyan had betrayed her. He just said those words and pretended to be angry just to add a little spice. Su Hanyan replied, he thinks you are seriously injured and wants to win over me, Having said this, Su Hanyan rolled her eyes upwards and grabbed Lu Chen's arms with her jade hands. After a while, Su Hanyan took a breath, and then continued, Hey! He is planning to join forces with Black Dragon County to attack Yanchensh, and then snatch the ferry boat from you. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly, no wonder you said he doesn't know how to live or die. It turns out that's the case. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Su Hanyan continued, 3 days later, he will hold a meeting in Bian sect. By then, those forces he has roped in will probably attend. Lu Chen said with a smile, then we will give them a surprise in 3 days. Having said this, Lu Chen leaned down, kissed Su Hanyan's red lips, and was busy with his own affairs seriously. Since Li Xinghuai chose to rebel, he had only one way to go, but Lu Chen always felt that there were others behind Li Xinghuai. Li Xinghuai became a demon cultivator after returning from the boundary wall defense line. Lu Chen vaguely felt that it was probably the demon cultivator from Xiang world that had infiltrated. He would know the specific situation in 3 days. In the next 3 days, he helped Su Hanyan ease her longing for him. After spending these 3 days with Lu Chen, Su Hanyan once again confirmed that she really couldn't live without Lu Chen. Although her desire has been very low this year. After all, she is a monk and has relatively strong self-control. However, she always feels that something is missing during this year. Every time she practices, she is a little absent-minded. After what Lu Chen did, she became much more energetic, and her mood was no longer as depressed as before. It was just that this bastard was so annoying and used various means to manipulate her. She felt like she had really become some kind of container. When Su Hanyan thought that he had become like an animal, he felt extremely ashamed. He was an immortal cultivator, but now he was addicted to that kind of thing. It was all because of this bastard Lu Chen. If it hadn't been for him, she would still be a cold fairy now. 3 days later. 100 Changes Sect. The 100 Changes Sect was extremely lively today. There were more than a dozen flying boats in the sky, and nearly half of the forces in Black Dragon County came to the 100 Changes Sect. In name, they held a meeting of heroes to let the younger generation compete with each other. In fact, they were planning to discuss how to attack the Great Xia Dynasty and kill Lu Chen. They were still a little worried about Lu Chen. Even though it was rumored that Lu Chen had been seriously injured and was still in seclusion, they still felt that Lu Chen had other tricks. If a tiger is injured, it is still a tiger, so even though most people have some thoughts in their hearts, they dare not show it blatantly. But since Li Xinghuai came to find them, they found that it seemed that it was not impossible to overthrow the Xia dynasty. Li Xinghuai was now at the 3rd level of the 10,000 Dharma realm and was fully capable of fighting the Xia emperor head-on. In addition, Li Xinghuai said that Su Hanyan would most likely join them, so there were 2 Wanfa realms. The 2 10,000 laws realm must be Xia Wang's opponents, not to mention that Xia Huang is suspected of being seriously injured. Under Li Xinghuai's instigation, soon half of the forces in Heilong County chose to follow the Beibian sect. Li Xinghuai was standing in the Beibian sect's training square, glancing at the flying boats in the sky, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. At this time, the sect leaders and elders of a group of forces came to Li Xinghuai. Sect leader Li, whether we can succeed or not depends entirely on you. Sect leader Li, if this can be accomplished, we will elect you to be the leader of the Immortal Alliance. Master Li, you said you would personally invite Master Su. What would Master Su say? Just as Li Xinghuai was about to say something, a very luxurious flying boat appeared in the sky in the distance. Seeing the flying boat, the people present were startled. That was the flying boat of the Mixian sect. Li Xinghuai really invited Su Hanyan. Then they are safe this time. With 2 Wanfa realm powerhouses, they will definitely be able to break through Yanchanj. At this moment, Su Hanyan's room on the flying boat of the Mixian sect. Lu Chen grasped Su Hanyan's waist and was trying to help Su Hanyan relieve her longing. Su Hanyan was so angry that her teeth itched. They were about to arrive at the Beibian sect, and Lu Chen didn't even waste this little time. Forget it, who made this guy his man? At this time, a female disciple's voice sounded at Su Hanyan's door, Master, we are here. The female disciple blushed as she listened to the voice in the room. Although everyone in the Mixian sect had long known about the relationship between Lu Chen and their master, it was the first time they encountered Lu Chen's brazen attack on their master on the Mixian sect's flying boat. Their master was already in the Wanfa realm, but in front of Emperor Xia, he still couldn't control himself, like a dissolute person. After hearing the female disciple's words, Su Hanyan turned her head and looked at Lu Chen. Your Majesty, the business is important. Lu Chen said, Hui. Indeed, then come back after the matter is dealt with. Hearing this, Su Hanyan glared at Lu Chen with her beautiful eyes and cursed Lu Chen in her heart. Damn man! Lu Chen didn't care about Su Hanyan's gaze. He asked the maid in the room to clean him up, and then used the yin-yang mirror to change his face. At the same time, the masters and elders of the Beibian sect were still looking at the Mixian sect's flying boat with excitement. Soon, the flying boat of the Mixian sect flew over the Beibian sect. Chapter 719 Then I will let you experience the power of the demon. After the mystic immortal sect's flying boat stopped, Su Hanyan took Lu Chen and a group of elders from the mystic immortal sect and got off the flying boat. At this time, Lu Chen had already hidden his aura. People did not recognize Lu Chen and thought that Lu Chen was an elder of the mystic immortal sect. When Su Hanyan fell to the ground, Li Xinghuai immediately walked up. He smiled and said, "Sect Master Su, I knew you would come." Su Hanyan said, "This is an opportunity to take revenge with my own hands. I will naturally come." Li Xinghuai immediately said, "Since everyone has arrived, please come with me. Since we are discussing something, we naturally cannot discuss it standing in this square. We have to change places." Later, the sect leaders and elders of the major forces followed Li Xinghuai to the Babian sect's meeting hall. After everyone was seated, a sect leader asked, "Sect Master Li, are you sure Emperor Xia is really seriously injured?" Li Xinghuai did not answer immediately. He looked at Su Hanyan with a smile, and then said, "You have to ask Sect Master Su about this question. Sect Master Su once fought with Emperor Xia against invaders from other worlds. If Emperor Xia was injured, he must have been injured at that time." After Li Xinghuai finished speaking, everyone looked at Su Hanyan. Su Hanyan smiled faintly and then said, "Sect Master Li's guess is correct. Emperor Xia was indeed hit by an intruder at that time. As for whether he was seriously injured, I don't know." Hearing Su Hanyan's words, those present became more convinced that Emperor Xia had chosen to retreat because he was seriously injured. Now that Emperor Xia has been seriously injured, this is the best opportunity for them. Li Xinghuai continued at this time, "No matter how many methods Emperor Xia has, if he is seriously injured, he will not be able to do anything when facing two people in the 10,000 Dharma realm. It's just that I heard that there is a formation in Yancheng. It requires a certain degree of difficulty to break this formation, so I hope that you can do your part to break this formation." Although Li Xinghuai no longer paid attention to Lu Chen, he was still a little worried about the formation in Yancheng. He wanted people from these sects to explore the way for him to see how powerful this formation was. After Li Xinghuai finished speaking, everyone present agreed. "Sect Master Li, don't worry, Emperor Xia is our common enemy, and we will do our best. Sect Master Li, just say a word when we will attack Yancheng. Sect Master Li, we have long had enough of the brutal rule of the Great Xia Dynasty, and we are done with you." Hearing the words of everyone present, Lu Chen chuckled, and then he sensed the demonic energy on Li Xinghui's body again. The demonic energy in Li Xinghui's body was somewhat special. It was not like ordinary demonic energy, but more like the demonic energy of a heavenly demon. Thinking about it this way, there should be a demon behind Li Xinghuai. Could it be that there is a demon sealed in the Xiang world, and Li Xinghuai was affected by the demon's demonic energy when he was guarding the boundary wall defense line, so he became a demon cultivator? But having said that, no matter whether it is a demon or not, as long as it is a demon or evil cultivator, it can only be restrained in front of him. Not to mention that he already possesses the strength of the 10,000 Dharma realm when he puts on the Holy Glory armor. Even if he doesn't wear the Holy Glory armor, he can easily defeat Li Xinghuai just by relying on the Exorcist flag and demon burial technique. But Lu Chen didn't plan to take action right away. He wanted to get more words out of Li Xinghui's mouth. At this time, Li Xinghuai also noticed that Lu Chen beside Su Hanyan was laughing. Li Xinghuai immediately asked, "I wonder why this fellow Taoist is laughing." After hearing Li Xinghui's words, the hall fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said calmly, "I just think that we don't even know the details of Emperor Xia, so we think that Emperor Xia will definitely die. We are a little too self-righteous. We are just trying to comfort ourselves, so we are laughing." Hearing this, everyone in the hall instantly became restless. "What do you mean? You are so partial to Emperor Xia, could it be that you are Emperor Xia's man?" Sect Master Su, can such a person be the elder of your immortal sect? After the main hall was noisy for a while, the noise gradually became quieter. Li Xinghuai looked at Lu Chen. For some reason, this young elder gave him a very dangerous feeling and made him feel very uncomfortable. He had not noticed before that there was such a dangerous person in the mystic immortal sect. Li Xinghuai frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you think that with our current strength, we are still unable to fight against Emperor Xia?" Lu Chen said directly, "Yes, unless you, sect leader Li, want other means. With your cultivation in the 10,000 Dharma realm, I am afraid that you may not necessarily be Emperor Xia's opponent. Emperor Xia can resist intruders from other worlds by himself. Even if he is really injured, he cannot be defeated by ordinary Wanfa realm." After Lu Chen finished speaking, Su Hanyan added, "Sect Master Li, I think what Elder Chen said makes sense. I have seen Emperor Xia take action with my own eyes. His strength is close to the realm of transformation. If we don't have any means, maybe he is really not necessarily Xia Wang's opponent." Seeing that Su Hanyan had said this, everyone in the hall was shaken again. God Transformation Realm, if Emperor Xia really has the strength of the God Transformation Realm, then forget it. Even if the Soul Transformation Realm was injured, 10,000 Dharma Realm monks could not fight against him, not to mention that Emperor Xia probably had other means. Seeing that everyone in the hall was shaken, Li Xinghuai suddenly released the demonic energy on his body. For a moment, everyone in the hall was instantly shocked. Li Xinghuai laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, so what if he is a cultivator in the God Transformation Realm?" Feeling the terrifying demonic energy on Li Xinghuai, the sect masters and elders were stunned. Although they also knew that Li Xinghuai was already a demon cultivator, they did not expect that Li Xinghuai had such a strong demonic energy, and the demonic energy on Li Xinghuai was obviously different from half of the demonic energy. The demonic energy on Li Xinghuai was suppressing the spiritual energy in everyone's body. Such demonic energy was obviously the demonic energy of the heavenly demon. When they thought that Li Xinghuai had surrendered to the heavenly demon, the faces of everyone in the hall turned pale instantly. Li Xinghuai then continued, "Do you think that I dare to attack Emperor Xia without any means? There is a demon behind me. With the power of the demon, even if Emperor Xia is really a cultivator in the God Transformation Realm, he cannot exert the strength of the God Transformation Realm in front of me. Now, are you still worried that I am not an opponent of Emperor Xia?" At this point, Li Xinghui's scarlet pupils swept across the people present, as if he would kill them immediately if they dared to retreat. Everyone present was frightened and dared not speak. The demon is the nemesis of cultivators. Li Xinghuai has a demon behind him. No one knows whether Li Xinghuai has been assimilated by the demon. Maybe Li Xinghuai will eat them as food if he is unhappy. The whole hall fell into a dead silence. After an unknown period of time, a voice broke the tranquility of the hall again. "Demon? Are you kidding us, Master Li? Where did the demon come from in the Tianchen world?" Li Xinghui's eyes instantly turned to Lu Chen. Seeing that this man was contradicting him again, Li Xinghuai instantly wanted to kill him. Then he said coldly, "Since you don't believe it, I will let you see the power of the demon." Chapter 720 I didn't expect you to come to my door. As soon as Li Xinghuai finished speaking, the demonic energy on his body went straight to Lu Chen, as if to kill him. However, there was no fear on Lu Chen's face. He sat quietly in his seat, waiting for Li Xinghui's demonic energy to arrive. Just when people from other sects thought that Lu Chen was doomed, Li Xinghui's demonic energy seemed to be blocked by something and could not approach Lu Chen. This book bar. Seeing that his demonic energy stopped in front of Lu Chen, Li Xinghuai was stunned. What's going on? Why can't his demonic energy hurt this person? Everyone present was also stunned. Li Xinghuai had obviously wanted to kill just now, so he couldn't stop. Now the demonic energy stayed in front of that man. It was obvious that the man had used some means to block the demonic energy. Is there anyone in the Mixian sect who can resist the erosion of demonic energy? At this time, Li Xinghui felt more and more that something was wrong, and the sense of crisis in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He asked with a dark face, "Who are you?" Lu Chen did not answer Li Xinghui's question, but asked, "Master Su, you haven't told me where the power of the demon in your body comes from. There is no demon in the Tianchen world. Are you bragging?" Seeing that Lu Chen did not believe it, Li Xinghui sneered and said, "I have never said that the power of the demon in my body comes from the Tianchen world." Lu Chen then said lightly, "Since it is not from the Tianchen world, it must be from the Xiang world next door. I didn't expect that Master Li actually colluded with the enemies of the Xiang world next door." Hearing this, Li Xinghui's heart trembled. Then he said coldly, "Who are you?" As he spoke, the demonic energy on Li Xinghui's body increased greatly, and the surrounding brought by the demonic energy made the cultivators present feel that breathing became difficult. Seeing Li Xinghui's big reaction, Lu Chen did not continue to pretend. Through Li Xinghui's reaction, it can be basically confirmed that the demonic energy on Li Xinghui came from the neighboring Xiang world. Since it is confirmed that there is a demon in the Xiang world, Li Xinghui is useless. Then Lu Chen controlled the yin-yang mirror to restore himself to his original appearance. Seeing Lu Chen's appearance, the people present were shocked. "Emperor Xia! It's Emperor Xia! No, we've been tricked. Emperor Xia actually appeared here." Seeing that it was Lu Chen, Li Xinghui was stunned at first, and then he laughed, "I wanted to keep you for a while, but I didn't expect you to come to my door." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Does Sect Master Li think that you are my opponent with the support of the demon behind you?" Li Xinghui snorted coldly and said, "Whether I am your opponent or not, we will know after we start fighting." As he spoke, Li Xinghui immediately controlled the demonic energy and attacked Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not intend to waste too much time and directly took out the Exorcist banner. As soon as the Exorcist banner came out, the demonic energy in the entire hall was instantly purified. When the golden light emitted by the Exorcist banner shone on Li Xinghui suddenly felt an extremely sharp pain in his body. Li Xinghui finally understood why Lu Chen dared to come directly to him. It turned out that Lu Chen had a treasure that could restrain the demonic energy. Li Xinghui then said to everyone present, "Emperor Xia is here, let's all work together to kill him." As soon as Li Xinghui finished speaking, Su Hanyan and the elders of the Mixian sect also stood up immediately, and then Su Hanyan directly attacked the sect master and elders present. Su Hanyan said expressionlessly, "Everyone, I disappoint you. I am Emperor Xia's woman and it is impossible for me to betray Emperor Xia." Hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Emperor Xia himself has the strength of the Wanfa realm, and now there is Su Hanyan, a strong man in the Wanfa realm. In addition, Li Xinghui was restrained by Emperor Xia, and they now have no chance of winning at all. For a moment, everyone present immediately chose to flee. Su Hanyan did not intend to give them a chance to escape, and then cast the phantom mist shadow. For a moment, the entire hall was shrouded in purple mist. Then Su Hanyan began to slaughter, and soon more than half of the monks in the hall died. Li Xinghui saw this and immediately used the power of the heavenly demon. He said coldly, "I don't believe that you can completely resist the power of the heavenly demon." As he spoke, a pair of black misty hands appeared behind Li Xinghui, and this big hand directly grabbed Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately activated the burial demon technique and urged the exorcist banner again. The exorcist banner instantly shone with golden light, and the big hand with the power of the heavenly demon was directly shattered by the golden light. Seeing this scene, Li Xinghui's face showed a look of horror. "No. Impossible. That's the power of the heavenly demon. How can there be a cultivator who can completely resist the power of the heavenly demon? The heavenly demon is the nemesis of all cultivators. Facing the heavenly demon, most cultivators can only flee. Even for weak heavenly demons, cultivators find it difficult to destroy them, and at most they can only seal them with some formations. Li Xinghuai originally thought that he had surrendered to the heavenly demon and possessed the power of the heavenly demon. No cultivator in the entire Tianchen world could be his opponent. However, he did not expect that Emperor Xia could actually restrain the power of the heavenly demon. Can't the demonic energy suppress spiritual power? Aren't cultivators the food of the heavenly demon? Why is the power of the heavenly demon on him useless to Lu Chen? Even if Lu Chen has a treasure that can resist the demonic energy, he should not be able to completely resist the power of the heavenly demon. Li Xinghuai realized that his life might be in danger, and then he activated the power of the demon in his body again, and then shouted, "Lord Demon, save me!" As soon as Li Xinghuai finished speaking, a black gas suddenly fell from the sky, shot directly through the roof of the hall, and then poured into Li Xinghuai's body. Lu Chen did not stop attacking because of the black gas. He activated the exorcist banner again, and then took out the god-killing gun from the system space, and directly came behind Li Xinghuai with a change of shape. Li Xinghuai turned around and blasted with a palm, but the demonic energy on his body dissipated before it touched Lu Chen. Lu Chen stabbed with a gun and instantly penetrated Li Xinghuai's body. The demonic energy on Li Xinghuai's body seemed to have found a flood outlet and poured out from Li Xinghuai's chest. Those demonic energies seemed to have consciousness and flew directly into the sky, looking like they were going to escape. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen laughed. "Now that you're here, you still want to run?" Then Lu Chen once again activated the exorcist banner, which instantly released countless purple light waves. When those light waves came into contact with the black demonic energy, the demonic energy seemed to evaporate and was completely purified in a very short time. Lu Chen pulled out the god-killing spear from Li Xinghuai's body. Li Xinghuai's eyes widened, and his body fell to the ground unwillingly. At this time, the elders of the sects shouted to surrender, but Lu Chen did not give them this opportunity. Since it was a warning to others, he could not be merciful this time. If some rebels jumped out every time he was in seclusion, it would be so disgusting. To achieve the effect of deterrence, none of these forces that wanted to rebel could be spared. Soon, those forces that wanted to rebel were all cleared out by Lu Chen and Su Hanyan, but the matter was not over yet. Now only some sect leaders and elders were dealt with, which were just the top leaders of those forces. Lu Chen then ordered the Wangxian sect to eliminate all the forces involved in the rebellion. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 721 Ji Kaihu. The news that half of the forces in Black Dragon County were destroyed at once quickly spread throughout the Black Dragon County. When they heard that Li Xinghuai and those forces that attempted to rebel were eliminated by Emperor Xia, the remaining monks of the sects felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, they did not believe the rumors at the beginning and really believed the news that Emperor Xia was seriously injured. They were even more fortunate that they did not accept Li Xinghuai's invitation to participate in the rebellion. The monks now suspected that Emperor Xia deliberately retreated and then let people release the news of his injury in order to find out those restless forces and clean them up. Due to cache reasons, please visit the Bookbar website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter update. After dealing with those rebellious forces, the remaining forces became extremely honest. Lu Chen's prestige once again reached a new height, and more monks chose to join the army of the Great Xia Dynasty. After everything settled down, Lu Chen came to the place where Tianchen World and Xiang World collided again. Now that the saint-level puppetry has been cultivated to the second level, he can control the puppet to go farther, and the range of the puppet's activities will no longer be restricted. After arriving at the broken space crack, Lu Chen immediately sent the puppet to Xiang World. After the puppet entered Xiang World, it still appeared in the same place as last time. Lu Chen then used the puppet to explore the surrounding situation. This time, the puppet's exploration ability has been greatly improved. Lu Chen instantly detected the existence of demonic energy through the puppet, and the concentration of demonic energy is still very thick. There is a high probability that there is really a demon sealed under the mountain in Xiang world. Of course, all this is speculation at present. Only when his body enters that world can it be judged whether it is a real demon, or it may be sealed with a big demon assimilated by the demon. However, whether it is the demon or the demon cultivator, this has certain benefits for the Tianchen world. Because of the existence of that place, the people of the Xiang world dare not easily enter the mountain. In this way, the people of the Xiang world have no way to come to this world through the crack. Of course, the thing sealed under the mountain may release some demonic energy to the Tianchen world from time to time, turning some cultivators in the Tianchen world into demon cultivators. This needs to be paid special attention to. After Lu Chen pondered for a moment, he controlled the puppet to fly to the other side of the mountain. At the same time, there was a huge palace under the mountain. And in the depths of the palace, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in a black fog. Sensing the thing flying in the sky, the demon laughed, "After 1,000 years, there is finally food delivered to my door. I can finally have a full meal." As soon as the voice fell, the demon immediately released the demonic energy, intending to pull down the thing flying over the forbidden land of the demon seal. However, when his demonic energy came into contact with the puppet in the sky, the demonic energy actually dissipated by itself, and he could not catch the thing at all. The demon was stunned. What's going on? Why can't it catch him? Through its observation, the one in the sky is obviously a cultivator. It stands to reason that after a cultivator touches its magic energy, he will be corroded by the magic energy. Without any effort from it, the cultivator's body will fall down. As a result, the cultivator did not fall down, but continued to fly towards the periphery of the demon sealing forbidden land as if nothing had happened. This won't work. According to the flying speed of the human cultivator, it will probably not take long for him to fly out of the demon sealing forbidden land. The demon released the magic energy again, and this time it used more magic energy to try to get Lu Chen's puppet down from the sky. However, the result this time was the same, and it was still useless. The human cultivator continued to fly away. At this time, Lu Chen in the Tianchen world also sensed the approach of a large amount of magic energy through the puppet. Lu Chen then glanced at the mountain below the puppet through the puppet's vision. At this time, a lot of black gas came out of the forest of the mountain. It was obviously the power of the demon. The black gas condensed into a human hand, trying to pull the puppet down. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. It seems that the thing sealed under the mountain thought that the person flying in the sky was a cultivator, so it wanted to drag him down. Unfortunately, the puppet also inherited half of the power of the burial demon art. Even without the exorcist banner, relying solely on the burial demon art, those demonic energy could not approach his puppet. Lu Chen ignored the big hands condensed by the demonic energy and continued to fly outside the sealed demon forbidden land. Seeing that the cultivator in the sky was actually fine, the sky demon suddenly became manic. Why? Why can't my demonic energy affect that human cultivator? After the sky demon became manic, the entire mountain began to shake, and the humans outside the sealed demon forbidden land were also affected. Soon, Lu Chen flew out of the sealed demon forbidden land. There was a human city outside the sealed demon forbidden land. This human city was not big, but the city wall was built along the mountain, just like the Great Wall built on Earth. Obviously, the people in the Xiang world knew that there were things related to demons in the sealed demon forbidden land, so they built this defensive wall. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the cultivators in this world, Lu Chen fell from the sky to the ground and walked towards the city. As soon as Lu Chen arrived at the gate of the city, a woman suddenly came in front of Lu Chen and blocked his way. The woman was wearing a pink cloud dress, with a graceful figure, like a delicate flower swaying gently in the breeze. The woman's face was like the moon, and there was a cool air between her eyebrows, like ice and snow on the mountains, pure and inviolable. Her hair fell like a waterfall, black and shiny, and every strand seemed to contain the vitality of life. Her eyes were deep and bright, like the most dazzling stars in the night sky, flashing the light of wisdom. Her lips were rosy like cherry blossoms, slightly upturned, full of temptation. Her skin was white as snow, smooth and delicate, as if it was the most perfect masterpiece of nature. At this moment, puppet Lu Chen glanced at the spiritual sword in the woman's hand. Obviously, this woman is a cultivator. Then Lu Chen used the system to identify the identity of this woman. Name, Ji Kaihuyu. Identity, the Lord of Black Moon City in the Great Xia Dynasty of Xiang World, 900 years old this year, with strength in the realm of creation. She is very curious about your identity and wants to know why you dare to come to Black Moon City at this time. Rating, 96. Favorability, 30. Ji Kaihuyu asked expressionlessly, "Who are you?" Lu Chen replied calmly, "Man." Hearing this, Ji Kaihuyu looked at Lu Chen speechlessly. Isn't this nonsense? Lu Chen didn't know the situation in this world yet. He was afraid of exposing his identity, so he said, "I feel that the demonic energy in the depths of the mountains is getting thicker and thicker, so I came to see what the situation is like here. If the situation here is not optimistic, I will consider whether I should leave the Great Xia Dynasty." Hearing this, Ji Kaihuyu thought to himself that he came to inquire about the situation of the demon sealing Forbidden Land. Ji Kaihuyu sneered and said, "Another coward." Chapter 722. I hope you won't regret it tonight. Nowadays, the demonic Forbidden Land is becoming more and more unstable. The internal divisions of the Xia dynasty are serious, and each faction is unwilling to let their own people guard Black Moon City. 69 Bookbar 69. As the city lord of Black Moon City, Ji Kaihuyu felt tremendous pressure. If the demon tide continues to expand, there may be more and more demon cultivators in the future, and the entire Xia will become the granary of the demons. After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Ji Kaihuyu immediately regarded Lu Chen as a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. At first, she thought that this man knew that there would be another demonic wave tonight, so he came specially to help Black Moon City resist the demonic wave. She was still a little happy, but now she no longer liked the man in front of her at all. Ji Kaihuyu immediately turned around and walked towards the city gate. As he walked, he said, "There is a demonic tide tonight. If you are so greedy for life and afraid of death, get out of here." Hearing the word devil tide, Lu Chen asked curiously, "What is the demon tide?" This. Ji Kaihuyu was stunned by Lu Chen's question. She turned to look at Lu Chen with a look of disbelief. There are still people in this era who don't know what the demon tide is? Ji Kaihuyu then asked, "You don't even know about the magic tide? There is probably no one in Xiang world who doesn't know what the demonic tide is, right?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "I spent most of my time in seclusion, and decades ago, I went crazy in my practice, which hurt my soul and lost a lot of memories, so I forgot a lot of things." Ji Kaihuyu did not doubt Lu Chen's words too much. There were indeed monks who went crazy while practicing and lost their memory. Ji Kaihuyu said, "Every once in a while, the monsters in the demon-sealed Forbidden Land will leave the demon-sealed Forbidden Land and invade human cities. This is the demon tide." After explaining the demonic tide, Ji Kaihuyu turned back and continued walking towards the city gate. Lu Chen quickly followed, and then he continued to ask, "Are there any monsters in the demon-sealed Forbidden Land?" Lu Chen just came out of the demon-sealed Forbidden Land and did not sense the existence of monsters, so he was a little curious about where those monsters came from. Ji Kaihuyu said impatiently, "There are no monsters in the demonic Forbidden Land, so where can there be monsters?" Lu Chen continued to ask, "What about the strength of these monsters?" Ji Kaihuyu said with a displeased look, "If you want to know the strength of those monsters, you can find out by yourself tonight if you stay here and watch. Lu Chen said, okay, I'll stay and take a look tonight. Seeing that Lu Chen said he wanted to stay, Ji Kaihuya was stunned again. She turned around and looked at Lu Chen again. Through her perception, the man in front of her at least had the strength of the creation realm. If this man could stay and help her resist the demon, Chow, then she should feel a lot more relaxed tonight. Ji Kaihuya then asked, are you sure you want to stay? The demonic energy in the demonic forbidden land has surged again today. The scale of the demonic tide tonight may be even greater than before. Lu Chen said, well, stay and see the situation. Ji Kaihuya turned around again and walked towards the city. As he walked, he said, I hope you won't regret it tonight. Anyway, she has reminded this man that if this man insists on staying, what happens will have nothing to do with her. The puppet Lu Chen also followed Ji Kaihuya and entered Black Moon City. Black Moon City is extremely desolate. There are not many people on the street, and most of them are monks, but the strength of these monks is only about the heavenly realm. As a cultivation world, Xiang world can actually allow a creation realm monk to be the city lord. It seems that the strength of the monks in this world is indeed not very good. After entering the city, a group of soldiers from the Chu dynasty came to Ji Kaihuya. Lord City Lord, everything is ready. Ji Kaihuya nodded and said, immediately report the news of the surge of demonic energy in the demon-sealed forbidden land to His Majesty, and ask your Majesty to send more people. Yes, Lord City Lord. After the group of soldiers left, Ji Kaihuya continued walking towards the inner city, and soon Ji Kaihuya realized something was wrong. It seemed that wherever she went, the man would follow her. She immediately turned around and looked at Lu Chen, why are you following me? Lu Chen said, I'm not familiar with Black Moon City. Who would I follow if I don't follow you? Ji Kaihuya was immediately speechless. Where did this man come from? Why did he always give people the impression that his brain was abnormal? She is not his, so why should he follow her? And whether he is familiar with Black Moon City or not has nothing to do with her. She is the city lord of Black Moon City, but she doesn't have that much time to take this guy everywhere. At this time, Ji Kaihuya suddenly realized that this guy had previously said that he had gone crazy in cultivation and lost some memories. Thinking about it this way, his soul must have been damaged, so he behaved differently from ordinary people. Thinking of this, Ji Kaihuya became more tolerant towards Lu Chen, and then she said, I am the city lord of Black Moon City, and I don't have time to take you around Black Moon City. If you are not familiar with Black Moon City, then find someone in Black Moon City. People lead the way. Lu Chen said, I won't hang around. I will go wherever you go. Ji Kaihuya frowned slightly. Why did she suddenly feel that this man had ulterior motives for her? Want to plot something against her? Ji Kaihuya was about to warn Lu Chen when Lu Chen spoke first and said, I found that the monks in Black Moon City don't seem to be very strong. I have the strength of the third level of creation realm, which should be of great help to you. Ji Kaihuya thought about it, and then said, if you want to follow, just follow. Ji Kaihuya was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Lu Chen. She went straight back to the city lord's mansion. When the servants of the city lord's mansion saw their city lord coming back with a man, they were all stunned. Everyone in the Black Moon City knew that their city lord was a woman who was not close to men, and now she actually came back with a man. After Ji Kaihuya brought Lu Chen back to the city lord's mansion, she said to the housekeeper of the city lord's mansion, prepare a room for him and ask the kitchen to make him some food. Ji Kaihuya thought about it, since this man was going to help her tonight, it was understandable to entertain him. The Great Chu Dynasty might not necessarily send someone tonight, and with one more person to help, they would be more relaxed when resisting the demon tide. Then, under the leadership of the housekeeper of the city lord's mansion, the puppet Lu Chen came to a bedroom. After entering the bedroom, Lu Chen's body did not continue to control the puppet to do anything. Just now, he had been following behind Ji Kaiyu, watching Ji Kaiyu's hips twisting and turning, and Lu Chen's body felt something. Lu Chen planned to leave the crack in the boundary wall and return to Yancheng to see if he could still control the puppet. If he could still control the puppet when he returned to Yancheng, he could practice with his wives and concubines while controlling the puppet to explore the Xiang world. Thinking of this, Lu Chen put away the Fiheng Xianzhou, and then he instantly returned to the Yancheng palace and came to Chu Qinggli's room. Chu Qingli was meditating on the couch, and suddenly her body fell to the side of the bed. Before she could react, Lu Chen kissed her mouth. Chu Qingli opened her eyes and found that it was Lu Chen, and immediately rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. The next moment, she heard a tearing sound, and then Lu Chen's body sank. Chapter 723, It turns out he is just a casual cultivator. While Lu Chen severely injured Chu Qingli, he tried to control the puppet in Xiang world. The puppet's movements were not greatly affected, but as the distance increased, the puppet's strength seemed to decline. Chu Qingli clearly felt that Lu Chen had no intentions. Lu Chen kept fussing for a while, and then stopped for a while. He was obviously thinking about something. It was obvious that this guy came to her to have fun, but in the end, this guy was so careless and thinking about other things while doing business with her, which made Chu Qingli not very dissatisfied. Then Chu Qingli started to use the Suan Kung Fu. Just when Lu Chen was distracted, he clearly felt a pressure. He suddenly came back to his senses and looked down at Chu Qingli's jade face. Seeing Chu Qingli looking at him with a resentful expression, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then focused on Chu Qingli. It didn't take long for Chu Qingli to start begging for mercy. Although she didn't want Lu Chen to focus on other things, she couldn't stand the guy's concentration. Soon, it was evening in Xiang world. After sensing that the demonic energy in the demon-sealed forbidden land surged again, Lu Chen's body stopped moving and did not continue to toss. Lu Chen hugged Chu Qingli and turned over, letting her lie on his chest, and then said, "I have something to do. If you still want to, just do it yourself." Hearing this, Chu Qingli snorted softly. She was thinking nonsense. Her mind was still a mess. Chu Qingli immediately raised her jade arms, hugged Lu Chen's waist, and lay quietly on his chest without moving at all. This is also quite good, maintaining the state of close contact and being able to feel each other without having too strong feelings. But Chu Qingli was a little curious. Lu Chen said he had something to do, so what could he do? If he had something to do, what would he be doing here? Lu Chen was absent-minded before. Although she was curious, Chu Qingli didn't ask any more questions. It felt good to be one with him like this. At the same time, Purple Sun World, Black Moon City. Lu Chen's puppet was still in the room and had not left. A maid said at the door, "Sir, the demonic tide is coming. The city lord asked you to go to the tower." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately responded, "Okay, I'll come right away." Then Lu Chen controlled the puppet and walked towards the tower of Black Moon City. When Lu Chen came to Ji Kaiyu, he found a man wearing golden armor standing next to Ji Kaiyu with a flattering expression on his face. "Qiu, I heard that there was something strange happening in the demon-sealed forbidden land, so I left and brought someone here. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you as long as I'm here." Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at Ji Kaiyu's expression again. Seeing Ji Kaiyu's impatient look, Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. It seems that this guy is Ji Kaiyu's suitor. Then Lu Chen came to Ji Kaiyu and said, "City Lord, I'm open." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Wenbin said with an unhappy look on his face, "Didn't you see that I was discussing with City Lord Ji how to deal with the demonic tide? What did you say?" After he finished speaking, Bai Wenbin turned his head and glared at Lu Chen, but when he saw the aura emanating from Lu Chen's body, he immediately frowned. He discovered that this person also had the strength of the creation realm. He originally thought that some blind soldier came to disturb them, but he did not expect that it was a creation realm monk who came. This moment made Bai Wenbin feel uneasy. The most important thing is that he seems to have never seen the man in front of him. Bai Wenbin asked with a dark face, "Who are you?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "My name is Lu Chen. I am a casual cultivator who came to Black Moon City to investigate the situation in the demon-sealed Forbidden Land." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Bai Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was just a casual cultivator, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He is just a casual cultivator, and he is not in a position to compete with him for a woman. After all, he was also a general of the Chu dynasty, commanding hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Qinshui County. At this time, Ji Kaihuyu glanced back at Lu Chen, and then said, "Friend Lu, I will be in trouble tonight." Hearing Ji Kaihuyu's words, Bai Wenbin instantly became unhappy. He came with tens of thousands of soldiers and horses to help Black Moon City resist the demonic tide. As a result, Ji Kaihuyu was still indifferent to him, but now she was grateful to a casual cultivator. Bai Wenbin immediately said, "Chu Yu, he is just a casual cultivator, how useful can he be?" Ji Kaihuyu said calmly, "One more realm of creation means more power. Okay, I'm going to go on a patrol." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Kaihuyu flew away, leaving Bai Wenbin and Lu Chen behind. At this time, Bai Wenbin glanced at Lu Chen, his eyes full of disgust. However, he didn't say much to Lu Chen. He didn't see that Lu Chen had any evil intentions, and he didn't regard Lu Chen as a casual cultivator as a competitor. It was just that he had been disturbed by Lu Chen just now, and he hated Lu Chen very much. "Chen!" Bai Wenbin snorted coldly and immediately followed Ji Kaihuyu. Seeing Bai Wenbin following Ji Kaihuyu, Lu Chen smiled. Ji Kaihuyu was the first woman he met in Xiang world with a score of over 90. She was destined to be his woman, and Bai Wenbin couldn't lick her no matter what. Use. It's just that his true body is still in Tianchen world, and it will take some time to turn Ji Kaihuyu into his woman. Lu Chen turned his head and looked at the Forbidden Land of Demons. The demonic energy in the Forbidden Land was soaring, and there were already some black things in the forest moving towards Black Moon City. Lu Chen carefully investigated and found that those black things were all kinds of animals. Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder, is there no living thing in this mountain because those animals have been demonized? The wave caused by the monsters is called the demonic tide, right? At this time, Lu Chen noticed that the weapons in the hands of the soldiers seemed to be a little special. They were all black, and the arrows they used were also black, and they seemed to emit black air. Lu Chen then said to a soldier, "Young man, what materials are your weapons made of?" The soldier looked at Lu Chen in confusion. He didn't understand why someone didn't know what materials these weapons were made of, but the soldier still answered truthfully, "My lord, our weapons are all made of black gold." Lu Chen asked curiously, "Black gold? What's the use?" The soldier replied, "Black gold can suppress the devil's energy, so..." Before the soldier finished speaking, Lu Chen interrupted and said, "Oh, so that's how it is, I understand." Speaking of being able to suppress the devil's energy, Lu Chen knew what was going on. Then Lu Chen took an arrow from the soldier's arrow box and looked carefully at the black gold material on the tip of the arrow. There is no such material in the Tianchen world. When the two worlds merge, he must let the Daxia army also equip weapons made of this black gold metal, such as adding black gold fragments to artillery shells or bullets. In the future, when encountering devil cultivators, the Daxia army will not have to be afraid. Just when Lu Chen was thinking about the black gold material, a huge drum sound suddenly sounded on the city wall. Then the commander shouted, "The demonic tide is coming. Prepare to attack." Chapter 724 Black Moon City Crisis. As soon as the commander finished speaking, the animals emitting demonic energy rushed towards the city wall like crazy. Then the soldiers on the city wall kept shooting arrows, and the next moment, a rain of arrows shot at the monsters. When the arrows made of black gold touched the monsters' bodies, they immediately drove away the demonic energy. When the monsters were shot by arrows, they disappeared from the spot, leaving only demon cores. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was a little surprised. Are these arrows made of black gold so effective? They can kill monsters so easily. If they are used to deal with demon cultivators, I wonder if they will have such an effect. Under the rain of arrows created by Black Moon City, the first demonic wave was quickly blocked, but the matter did not end there. The demonic energy in the forbidden land of demons became thicker and thicker, and it was obvious that there was a bigger demonic wave gathering. At this time, Ji Kaihuya brought Bai Wenbin back to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen said, "Lord Ji, I don't have a weapon made of black gold. Can you lend me a sword made of black gold?" This book was first published on Bookbar, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Hearing this, Bai Wenbin sneered and said, "A casual cultivator is a casual cultivator. He is so poor that he can't even afford a black gold sword." Ji Kaihuya didn't hesitate and threw the sword of the soldier next to him to Lu Chen. After catching the sword, Lu Chen said, "Thank you, Lord Ji." After the voice fell, Lu Chen drew out the sword and carefully sensed the situation of the black gold sword. As a result, he suddenly discovered that the black gas emitted from the black gold sword seemed to be the power of the devil. After he got the black gold sword, the burial magic in his body began to operate by itself, and the black gas on the black gold sword was also dissipating rapidly. This. Lu Chen seemed to understand something. No wonder this so-called black gold can kill monsters. It turns out that it is a magic to control monsters? But then again, why didn't the power of the devil emanating from these black golds become nutrients for those monsters, making those monsters more powerful, but instead became a weapon that can kill them? Just when Lu Chen was puzzled, the system prompt sounded. There are two kinds of power in the bodies of demons and monsters, one is the power of the devil, and the other is the power of the devil. If there is only the power of the devil, but no limit to the power of the devil, the demons and monsters will completely degenerate into unconscious fallen demons. The black gold does not have the magic energy or the power of the demon, but the power of the devil. When some powerful demons fall, the power of the devil in their bodies will solidify into black gold. Hearing the explanation of the system prompt sound, Lu Chen reacted instantly. So that's what happened. This is just like there are proto-cancer cells and inhibitory cells in the human body. You can rely on proto-cancer cells to proliferate cells, but you can't let the proto-cancer cells grow indefinitely. At this time, you need to limit the inhibitory cells. The power of the demon seal is similar to the cancer cell inhibitor, which limits the crazy increase of the demon power in the demons and monsters, so that their bodies reach a balance. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the body of the demon is so particular. At this moment, the demon energy above the demon sealing forbidden land is getting thicker and thicker, but the second wave of demons has not arrived yet, which makes Ji Kaihuya feel very uneasy. If the demon tide doesn't come, she will be happy, but the current situation is more like the calm before the storm. Such a thick demon energy is condensed above the demon sealing forbidden land. I don't know how many monsters on the ground have gathered. If those monsters rush up, Black Moon City may not be able to stop them. For a while, Ji Kaihuya's jade face was full of worry. Gradually, the sun completely set, and the sky gradually darkened, but those monsters still did not come out of the demon sealing forbidden land. At this time, a full moon slowly rose from the horizon, and the demon energy that rushed into the sky covered most of the moon. The moon only revealed a circle of light, which looked like a black moon, which is also the origin of the name of Black Moon City. Ji Kaihuya's face became more and more ugly. The monsters hadn't come out for so long. I don't know how big the second wave of monsters will be. At this time, everyone was on edge. Even Bai Wenbin shifted his attention from Ji Kaiyu to the forbidden land of demons. He originally thought that even if there was an abnormality in the forbidden land of demons, it would not form a large wave of monsters. After all, the forbidden land of demons was not the only abnormality. Some time ago, there was an explosion of monsters in the forbidden land of demons, but it was nothing. He came here today just to take advantage of the abnormality of the forbidden land of demons to get close to Ji Kaiyu and cultivate feelings with Ji Kaiyu. But looking at the current situation, it seems that the abnormality of the forbidden land of demons is not unusual this time. There is really something wrong. Just when everyone held their breath and waited for the monsters in the forbidden land of demons to come out, suddenly a huge black shadow flew out of the forbidden land of demons. The soldiers were in a mess. Flying monster! It's a flying monster! Everyone be careful! Quickly use the demon-killing arrows! After hearing what the soldiers said, Lu Chen noticed that there were weapons similar to siege crossbows on the city wall. It looked the same as a siege crossbow, but the giant arrows on it were made of black gold. It seemed that the so-called demon-killing arrows were specially used to deal with such large monsters. The soldiers quickly aimed their siege crossbows at the flying monster in the sky, but before they could shoot their arrows, the flying monster in the sky instantly shot out countless black feathers, which were like arrows. In an instant, many soldiers on the city wall were pierced by the black arrows. The soldiers guarding the city were all cultivators in the heavenly realm. Their strength was considered good in the Tianchen world, but in this world, they were no different from ordinary people. Seeing the soldiers fall one by one, Ji Kaiyu couldn't help it. She jumped up and prepared to kill the flying monster with her own hands. At this moment, the earth began to tremble, and the next moment, monsters like waves surged out of the demon-sealing forbidden land. The soldiers on the city wall quickly began to shoot arrows frantically, but this time the number of monsters was too many, and the monsters seemed to be stronger. The first batch of monsters basically died when they were touched by the black gold arrows, but this time the monsters could only be shot to death with a few arrows. For a moment, the soldiers' faces turned pale and bloodless. It was the first time they saw this scene. Although they also encountered a large-scale demon tide, it was the first time they encountered a scene where ferocious beasts piled up against the city wall. The walls of Black Moon City were already high enough, but in the face of such a huge demon tide, there was no resistance at all. Soon some monsters stepped on the bodies of other monsters and rushed up the city wall. The soldiers had no choice but to fight the monsters in close combat with swords. Ji Kaiyu bit her silver teeth lightly, urged the sword energy, and quickly killed the flying monster in the sky, and then returned to the city wall to resist the monster attack with the soldiers. Seeing this scene, Bai Wenbin's mind suddenly went blank. He didn't expect there would be so many monsters. Chapter 725 Lu Chen takes action. Bai Wenbin clenched the sword in his hand, and his body couldn't help but tremble. If it was just the initial wave of magic, the tens of thousands of soldiers he led could completely resist it. But in this situation, it is impossible for the soldiers he brought plus the soldiers of Black Moon City to stop them. The number of monsters stacked up is as high as the walls of Black Moon City. What chance do they have of winning? No. He can't die here. He is a general of the Chu dynasty and has a bright future. The first release of this book bar provides you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. Although he likes Ji Kaiyu very much, he just covets her beauty. There are so many beautiful women in the world, and he doesn't want to throw away his life for a woman he has never even slept with. Thinking of this, Bai Wenbin immediately turned around and ran away without even leaving a word. He knew Ji Kaiyu's character. If he advised Ji Kaiyu to leave at this time, Ji Kaiyu would most likely not leave. Moreover, it would take a certain amount of time for him to persuade Ji Kaiyu. If he delayed for too long, the demonic tide might have already surged up, and if he didn't leave now, he would be even more unable to leave later. At this time, Ji Kaihuyu did not realize that Bai Wenbin had run away. She clenched the sword in her hand and was still struggling to kill the monster. But there were too many monsters, and soon the entire city tower was covered with monsters. There were fewer and fewer soldiers alive on the walls of Black Moon City. Black Moon City originally had only a few 100,000 soldiers, and with the tens of thousands of soldiers brought by Bai Wenbin, there were only about 200,000 soldiers in total. But the number of monsters has obviously exceeded 200,000, or even 1 million. In addition, the strength of the monsters rushing up behind has increased a lot, and the soldiers of the celestial realm are no match for those monsters. At this moment, a huge monster rushed in front of Ji Kaihuyu, and Ji Kaihuyu quickly used his sword energy to fight. This monster is very powerful. Ji Kaihuyu's sword energy barely hurt it. It still has the power to suppress the monk's spiritual power. Ji Kaihuyu suddenly felt bad. This was the power of the demon. Only the power of the demon could have such a severe suppressive effect on the monks. Sure enough, all of this was planned by the demon who sealed the place. It seems that the demon's seal has been loosened. But now is not the time to think about this. If this continues, the entire people of Black Moon City will become food for monsters. After the fall of Black Moon City, these monsters will soon spread to other places in the Chu dynasty. Once the monsters leave Black Moon City, it will not be so easy to intercept them. Ji Kaihuyu bit her silver teeth at this moment. The emperor of the Great Chu dynasty was really an idiot. He only gave her a few 100,000 soldiers in such an important place as Black Moon City, and she was the only one who was a monk in the creation realm. How could she defend such an important place? At this time, the monster in front of Ji Kaihuyu suddenly stretched out its claws and slapped Ji Kaihuyu directly. Ji Kaihuyu quickly avoided it. Her sword energy had no effect on this monster. It was very difficult to kill this monster. She had to think of another way. Ji Kaihuyu had just dodged the monster's attack when suddenly another identical monster appeared behind him. Ji Kaihuyu instantly sensed the danger behind him. Not good. It was too late for Ji Kaihuyu to dodge at this time. When he saw that the claws of the monster behind him were about to hit him, countless scenes from the past flashed through Ji Kaihuyu's mind. The panic in Ji Kaihuyu's heart suddenly disappeared at this moment, and her heart became extremely calm. She had long known that guarding Black Moon City would end in death sooner or later. However, just when Ji Kaihuyu thought that he was certain to die, streams of spiritual energy spread out from a distance. After these spiritual energy came into contact with the monster's body, the monsters were frightened and fled in Sichuan. Ji Kaihuyu was stunned when she saw the two monsters around her running away in fear. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. Then she turned to look in the direction where the spiritual power was spreading. When he saw it was Lu Chen, Ji Kaihuyu was stunned again. It's actually him? Lu Chen threw the sword out and immediately activated the sword energy. Ice 8th level sword. The next moment, countless sword energy rushed towards the demonic tide. Wherever the sword energy passed, all the monsters were frozen. In just a moment, hundreds of thousands of monsters were wiped out. Seeing this scene, both the soldiers on the city wall and Ji Kaihuyu were stunned. This was the first time they saw someone being able to kill so many monsters in an instant. These monsters are affected by the demon and are more or less immune to spiritual power. Therefore, even if Ji Kaihuyu uses sword skills, it will be difficult to eliminate the monsters on a large scale. It is difficult to destroy monsters simply by relying on the monk's personal power. Basically, what they can rely on are black gold weapons. But now, this man actually relied on a certain sword technique to directly destroy so many monsters. How on earth did he do this? He looked like the nemesis of monsters. At this moment, the attack of the demon tide has weakened a bit, and some monsters have already begun to retreat. The scene just now not only shocked everyone, but also greatly intimidated the monsters present. A strange color flashed in Ji Kaiyu's beautiful eyes. Who is this man? Why does he have this power? Just when Ji Kaiyu was distracted, Lu Chen took action for the second time. Ice 8th level sword. In another moment, all the monsters not far from Lu Chen were frozen into ice, and then turned into ice slag. This was the first time that Lu Chen used the heavenly sword technique, the ice level 8 sword, in such an actual combat. He did not expect the effect to be so good. Of course, this was mainly because he had practiced the demon burial technique, so his sword energy could dispel the demon energy, which was fatal to the monsters. As Lu Chen attacked, the monsters had clearly realized that something was wrong, and some monsters began to flee towards the demon-sealing forbidden land. Lu Chen then attacked again, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the demon tide was completely dispelled by Lu Chen. Everyone present was like dreaming. They had never thought that there would be such an easy day to fight against the demon tide. Who is that man? He is so strong. Ji Kaiyu was also watching Lu Chen from a distance. At this time, she felt a little complicated. She originally thought that Lu Chen was just an ordinary cultivator in the creation realm, and keeping him was just an extra combat power. As a result, she did not expect that he would become the key figure in turning the situation around. Such a powerful existence, why had she never heard of it before? It stands to reason that someone like him who can easily kill monsters, even if his cultivation is not particularly high, cannot be unknown. Lu Chen didn't notice people's gazes. He stood on the city wall, looking at the demonic energy in the forbidden land of demons in the distance. The demonic energy above the forbidden land of demons was still very thick, but perhaps because of his actions, those monsters only dared to stay in the forbidden land of demons and did not dare to leave it. This scene made people feel extremely magical. One person could make the demons dare not step out of the forbidden land of demons. Are they really not dreaming? If this man had been in Black Moon City all the time, wouldn't the monsters dare not leave the forbidden land of demons in the future? Wouldn't the demonic tide be gone? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.